welcome to round 6 of the Women Grand Prix taking place here in New Delhi, India from the 25th of March to the 6th of April. We are your hosts. I am Soumya Swaminathan and with me Grandmaster Praveen Thipsay, both of us from India, and are so excited to have you all join us.
Hello, welcome all. Let's see what the Grand Prix is all about. It's a selection tournament for the World Championship, Women's World Championship cycle.
Absolutely. Let's have the, yes, we have it on the screen. So the Women Grand Prix is comprised of 4 events. It is, and the cumulative points are decided as the criteria for the qualification for the Women's Candidates Championship. So the first one was held in Astana in September 2022. The second was held in Munich, Germany in February this year, third one happening here in Delhi, and the fourth one will be held later this year in 2023 in Poland. And the cumulative points will be added, and the top two of the finishers will qualify for the Women's Candidate Tournament of the next cycle, next World Championship cycle. So it's an extremely important event for all the elite players of the world in order to have a chance at the World Championship title.
And let's see who are all there to play in this. Which are the 16 players who qualify to Grand Prix? In order to qualify to Grand Prix to play here, there are 16 seed selected players by the World Federation, the World Champion, the 4 semi-finalists of the World Cup, previous World Cup, a top 4 from the Grand Swiss Women's League by FIDE, 3 highest rated players among the women from the March 2022 list, and 4 organizers nominees. So 4 organizer nominees, in case some great player has missed out one of these qualifying events, FIDE has a right to include them. So 16 best players in the world are participating here just for 2 berths, so that they qualify to the candidates tournament, and from candidates tournament one single champion emerges as a challenger for the women's world championship.
Wow, wonderful. And we see the standings, overall standings of the Grand Prix series over here on the screen, with Alexandra Kostyuk leading the series, having played 2 Grand Prix and accumulated 250 points. Next up are Zujiner and Katrina Lagno, both of whom play here. Zujiner is currently leading our event, in fact, and then Zansaya Abdumalik, Alexandra Goryachkina, and on 5th and 6th place, Humpy and Goryachkina tie with 130 points. So India's pride, and today the birthday girl of today also has a
Yes.
good chance of qualifying. And in fact, many of the players who have played only one event so far have a great chance of qualifying, because they have this one as well as the next one to look forward to.
Yes, indeed. I think both Goryachkina and Humpy have played only one leg each, and they have finished second in this. So they got 130 points. And Lano stands good chance because she has won the earlier Astana event. So because of that, she has got 160 points. Kostunuk has won one of them, so she has 250 points, but she has played 2. And let's see how the things progress. Zuziner at the moment has not been doing very consistent earlier in the earlier legs, because she had 110 points in one and 65 in other, but now she is leading here. So let's see, if she wins this, she could very well get into the top 2. And as Soumya said, it's Koneru Humpy's birthday today, and she has a rest day, so we will not be seeing her, but of course perhaps if she comes for the conclusion of the round.
Oh, very, very happy birthday to our birthday girl, India's pride and inspiration to thousands of girls taking up chess in India, including myself. And what an amazing woman with a strong character, having had so many wonderful achievements. Can we please have Humpy's stats on the screen so that the viewers can have a look for themselves? Koneru Humpy here, born in 1987, became the under 10 world champion in 1997 and broke into the competitive chess scene, and it was a big news all over the Indian papers that year. She's currently number 2 in the world, tied with Goryachkina with a rating of 2576. She became a grandmaster in the year 2002, has been a world junior champion, and been India number 1 for several years now, and in world top 5 as well for several years.
Yes, also I think she has won not only under 10 and World Junior, but also under 12, under 14. Then she has been World Championship semi-finalist 3 times and world number 2 in 2011. And she won the World Rapid Championship in 2019.
Wow.
And this a few months back in December 2022, she was second in the World's Blitz Championship. With
Wow.
regard to Grand Prix, she has a wonderful record, sometimes winning one and sometimes one gold, sometimes two golds, and overall several over 10 titles in the Grand Prix. So let's see,
Wow.
let's wish her a great birthday, and we hope to play her interview sometime today, later in the day. Let's now come to the games which have already begun.
Absolutely. Let's have the board on the screen as well. We have Alexandra Goryachkina playing against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Vaishali opened her account in this tournament yesterday with a draw against Nino, and she's playing here with the black pieces. Goryachkina with the white pieces opens with d4, knight f6, c4, g6 by Vaishali, and Goryachkina goes for knight c3, and Vaishali replies with the Grunfeld defense, challenging the center with the pawn.
Yes, her their previous games also had gone into Grunfeld defense. In fact, Vaishali is a very good score against Goryachkina. Goryachkina is world number 2, but Vaishali, among the out of the 7 games, Vaishali has won 4 games and 3 games have ended in a
Wow.
draw. And with black pieces sometimes like Rosalimo or the Grunfeld defense. So let's see what variation of Grunfeld Goryachkina prefers today.
Wow, that's a wonderful score. Must be giving her a lot of confidence going
Yes,
into this game.
fantastic, I think.
Yes, against the world number 2, we may add. Goryachkina plays CD, knight takes, so it's the exchange variation of the Grunfeld. E4, knight takes on C3, pawn takes, bishop to G7. In the Grunfeld defense, black attacks the center, which white has currently occupied with all their pawns with their pieces. So bishop on G7 looks on D4, then black is going to play c5 at an opportune moment and play knight c6 as well, pressurizing the central pawn on d4 and forcing white to commit with d5 or e5, thus weakening one of the two squares in return.
Yes, I think Renfield, at first glance, it looks like a opening which violates the basic principles of chess. You are giving a strong center to your opponent, and you don't have a knight on f6 to guard your king side, and you haven't had any reasonable compensation for it. But it's a sort of ultra modern opening where there's a lot of modern aspects to the game of chess, where the black intends, as Soumya said, to attack the center with c5, and it's not easy for white to guard the d4 and c3 points because of the bishop on g7, which is preventing white from moving d5, because then it would loosen the c3 point. So immediate target is c3, and the d4 is the immediate target, which can't move to d5 easily because of bishop into c3 check. And many interesting games have been played in this opening. I think Spassky Fischer, there were two great games in which Spassky defeated Fischer, not in the World Championship, but yes, Fischer had played this opening, and Kasparov, and most of the top players have played this opening. Of course, the first major contribution to this was Mikhail Botvinnik, whose I think major weapon was Grunfeld defense.
And also we must add that Fischer's immortal game against Bayern, with which he sacrificed so many pieces and checkmated the white king, was played in the Grunfeld defense.
Yes, against Donald Byron, and also against Robert Byron, there's a different game in the Fianchetto system, but that's also as good, perhaps not as famous because there's no sacrifices, but that's probably as good against Robert Byron. Fischer has scored a sort of very high percentage in Grunfeld, and that's the reason why he probably played this, because Fischer never liked to play for equality. He always tried to win with either side, and that's the reason why he lost twice to Spassky, because Spassky was a world champion. But yes, otherwise Fischer has very good result. Kasparov had very good result. I think a win against world junior champion once in 22 moves was wonderful, and against the against Karpov in the Karpov match. Most of the time he played Grunfeld and he was successful in getting good result.
Yeah, and we are seeing a repeat of those variations that were played in their match, Karpov versus Kasparov. White goes for bishop c4.
Yeah, the old line. The Kasparov line was something like quick knight f3 and rook b1. But yeah, so c5 rook b1, and that was a new idea which came in the early 80s. But yes, bishop c4 is an old line, almost 100 year old, where white wants to play knight to e2 and castle, and slowly white develops and neutralizes black's initiative after c5. Should white succeed in stabilizing in the center and develop all the pieces, there's a good chance of white getting an advantage. So black's I think the principal course here is to keep on attacking the center with c5, knight c6, bishop g4 to provoke f3, and quite a few complicated lines are there. Boleslavsky was a master of Grunfeld defense as well.
So let's see what Vaishali's choice is here. c5 is a very standard reply. Knight e2, knight c6, bishop e3, short castle, and this is the main theoretical position, let's say tabia of this opening. And here black has several choices like bishop f3, bishop g4, f3, and back bishop d7, or direct bishop d7, or bishop g4, f3, knight a5, and then bishop to d7. So there are direct knight a5 ideas as well. Queen to c7 is another option, and Vaishali here goes for b6, which is the modern way to play against this line.
Yes, there's a famous Keres game in this. This was played by Keres, and for d into c5, he doesn't recapture, but he just played knight a5, and he allowed c into b6 to be captured eventually, and that's a wonderful win by black, probably 60 years ago. But I saw that game as a child, and I started playing Grunfeld defense for some time.
Wow, wonderful. If it tempted you to come out of your pet King's Indian, then it must be a very attractive opening indeed.
No, it wasn't King's Indian, then it was d4 d5. I used to play d4 d5 earlier,
Oh,
and
all
yes, I
right.
started Grunfeld later.
So black played b6 in this opening, in this game, and white replied with rook c1, protecting c3 and also covering the c5, not and getting out of this diagonal as well.
Yeah.
So very logical move, and bishop b5, b7 was played, to which white replied bishop b5. And now after cd, the knight on c6 will be vulnerable. So let's see what black has in store for white's idea. Bishop b5 is an unusual move, definitely.
Yeah, I think it's trying to provoke. She's trying to provoke weakness on the queen side. Perhaps in case of a6, she could play bishop a4 and encourage black to play b5 and then come back bishop c2, and the bishop would be well placed on b1. But she couldn't do that, play directly to d3 because she was losing the d4 pawn. So if she wanted to move the bishop to b1, it wasn't very easy. And if she wants to attack with f4 and f5, then e4 should be guarded well. And bishop d3 was directly not possible because of c into d4. So perhaps she wants sort of a different route, bishop b5. And meanwhile, if black creates weaknesses with a6, bishop a4, b5, and then bishop c2, then I think black has to justify for the premature advance on the queen side, or perhaps the advance could be fruitful if black can play b4 successfully. So again, something which requires analysis. b5 and b4 was Fischer's idea, and if white is not able to play d5 in time for this idea, then black could actually get a better position. Undermining the d4 pawn, b5, b4 was idea which doesn't, which rarely succeeds, but it's a very serious idea also. So if white has prepared against the a6, bishop a4, b5, bishop c2, she must have also analyzed b4 and probably found it not so good because of possibility of d5 then.
All right. So now white is on 1 hour 29 minutes while black is taking her time. She has not replied immediately, so it seems like bishop b5 was not expected here. Let us have a look at what are the different ideas for black or white instead in these kind of setups. b6, after b6 rook c1 is pretty standard. Queen d2 is another move, and for bishop b7 white plays queen d2, bishop b5 and d5 as well as f3. So there are various replies for white. queen d2 here, uh, and then f3, as well as immediate d5 because now c3 is guarded adequately. Maybe c4, but then you give up the
Yes,
d4
after
square.
c4, eventually white just retreats, and it's going to be a tough time for black because it's not easy to attack the center. Perhaps here you weaken quite a few squares. D into e6 and knight d4 or bishop d4 could be awkward. Knight d4 perhaps. And if white can throw away, if white can get f4 and e5, this could be also dangerous for black.
Right, but okay, this there must be a lot of games in this
Yes, probably, yeah.
position. After b6, rook c1, bishop b7, bishop b5 was chosen instead.
Yeah, is it very common to play bishop b5? You said this was one of the options, so is it among the top choices or not so?
Yes, definitely.
Mm.
Many games here, even though there are overall less number of games with rook c1 itself. Here,
Oh,
queen d2 is the main move, one which I have faced as well. Rook c1, not the most popular move. So after bishop b7, bishop b5, there are hardly 25 games, and many top players have chosen this move. Ding Lijian has chosen it against Rapo last year. Then Anish Giri has chosen it against Ding Lijian, against Nepo Miniachi as well. So Firuza has chosen it against Grandmaster. So Yu Yang has chosen it. So many strong players have played this move recently, and the most popular reply against Bishop b5 is the most logical one as well, Rook c8.
yeah, I think black need not worry about the DC and the loss of the pawn because black gets enormous counterplay at the c4 square particularly, and white can never get an advantage by taking this extra pawn d into c5, and it's almost in all positions of exchange variation that white never goes for d into c5 and taking this pawn.
Right, because the c pawn becomes super weak. So one of the games in this line continued with queen d2, and black played e6. And now I'm wondering if bishop b5's idea was to simply discourage knight a5.
And not to lose a tempo at inappropriate movement, I thought that was and yeah, e6 is a possibility.
And after rook f d1, black took on d4
Okay.
and continued with knight a5 here.
Yeah, because black queen doesn't have a good square, so it was necessary to move the knight and attacking the e4 pawn. So was f3 played or knight g3? F3.
The game continued with, sorry, I think actually this was Nepo's game. I would just have a look at what Ding played. I think Ding chose a different approach because Rapo, instead of e6, went for c into d4 directly. So that was a different game,
Mhm.
but e6 is the most common move here. And let's just have a look at the other line. Instead of, so this is one position they could reach, and another one is to not play e6 and take directly and play queen d6, which was Rapo's idea.
Yeah, so for in case of bishop f4, probably you have queen b4 or queen a3. It's a very complex game, and black doesn't have good square for the queen very often. So that's something has to be tackled in long run.
And this was also played in a very important tournament, the candidates tournament last year. So definitely something, of course, not necessarily uh, home preparation, or maybe it could be a one game preparation as well, because Rapo is known for a lot of over the board creativity as well. But we must inform our viewers that this game ended in a draw. So this also looks like a good idea with queen to d6 and queen b4 very
Yes, I think it
fast.
just creates some counterplay. White is quite loose on the queen side. You see, absence of b2 pawn weakens the c3 square and even remove the potential guard of c4 square. So it's possible for black queen to rest easily at the squares like a5, a3. Not a3 now because of queen d3, but otherwise queen b4. And should white play rook b1 anytime, black just retreats queen e7, and then the pressure against c6 is released. What is the rook doing at b1 then? So a very complex game where players just try to tempt each other into advance. If black's idea is to provoke d4 d5 at inappropriate movement, like if you play d4 d5 here, then black knight would jump to e5 after preliminary exchange or directly, and white has to play queen b3 probably, and a very awkward ending I think for white,
Or
because
maybe even
yeah,
take on e4.
uh, yeah, just take on e4. So, but yeah,
Maybe we even
but it's
take, but
yeah,
it's not clear. We
yeah,
have to calculate that our queen doesn't get trapped.
yeah, but it's yeah, but because the e6 was hanging, I was a bit reluctant to play that. But yes, I think it's still very wild play. One thing for those who play this with white, generally they are not in a danger of in the first 15 or 20 moves they could they don't have any danger because they were strong center and opponent doesn't have a proper way of exploiting it. But slowly black builds up the pieces and then it becomes a very sharp battle. So black has to be very alert in first 15-20 moves, and perhaps thereafter both have to be equally alert.
And what are white's ideas here? One is h4, h5, which seems logical. Another one could be f4, f5, as you
Yes,
mentioned.
with knight on e2, the idea often is f4, f5. With knight on f3 and those lines, it's not possible. But yeah, f4 is a plan, and f4, f5, particularly after e6, f4 comes into picture because then f5 would break the king side, and there could be fatal penetration at f6 square on with bishop coming to h6. But of course, the preliminary preparatory queen d2 and other moves have not been played. In one of the games, in the other line, queen c7, Spassky played f4 and queen e1. That was another idea.
Queen c7, f4, and
Yes,
queen e1 by
yes, queen
Spassky.
e1. Yeah, and before black could attack with rook d8.
Wow. Just getting out of the pin just in case. And maybe f4 basically also controls e5, so we are threatening d5
Yes,
next.
very often d5, bishop d3, and c4 could be a very strong structure. If white is able to get c4, d5, e4, and f4, then white could almost be in a winning position.
Wow, this would be a huge pawn mass, and black should not allow it very easily or at all. And e6, f5 are that's why typical standard
Yes,
breaks.
very often black waits for white to play f4 and then plays f5 immediately. Then the e3 bishop is loose, it's weak, and it has no prospects after f4. But if you directly play f5, then the bishop could be a giant at g5 and could go to h6. So after queen d2. So it's a position where you must know which break to make in which particular pawn structure. So opponents play matters maximum in this because it's a sharp position with a lot of captures and recaptures possible.
Wonderful. Wonderfully summarized there. And let's just move to the other boards now. We have had a close look at this game for a while. Let's have a look at what Katrina Lagno is doing against Nino Batsiashvili. Uh, Katrina opened with e4. May I know what was the
Yes, I
scores?
think yeah. I think she's all. The games have always been in e4, and Lano had won 3 games out of 4 games, and Nino had won one. And this was twice Scandinavian, I think, e4 d5, and only once Geico piano. So e4 d5, and both the games I remember black lost after. It's a risky system, and in both the games for knight c3 she played queen a5 queen a5 variation.
All right.
So yeah.
So here knight c3 and queen a5.
Yes, and
There is
two
also
games
queen
were
d6.
played and both were lost. So score is 3-1, 3 in favor of Lano, but a small number of games comparatively.
And the other one was Geico piano with bishop to c4, or the Italian defense. Uh, and here black played e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5 was the game. So it's a Roy Lopez or Spanish opening with a6, bishop a4, knight f6, short castles, and bishop c5. Archangel's variation with bishop c5 played before black plays b5. So white plays c3 here, b5, and white can directly go to c2, and that's what happened in the game. There was no need to play bishop to b3, but bishop to c2 also allows the d5 break because bishop on b3 was guarding d5. So black continued with d5 and white lashes open in the center with d4. What do you think of this
Yes,
position?
I think B5, delayed B5 had a has a very interesting history because the same position was played against Kasparov and Anand, And in that position, when b5 was played, Kasparov played bb3 and Anand played bishop c2. So we can say after b5. So again, and both of them were, I think, top players, one or two in top one or two. Kasparov was world champion, I remember. He played bishop b3 and Anand played bishop c2. So both the moves have their own merits. Now playing bishop c5 first, I think it offers a gambit on the e5 pawn in case of bishop into c6, but that's not good and it must have been analyzed. Actually, it's not bad either, but it's different opening. It's called deferred Berlin classical, but then eventually it has gone into Archangels by playing b5. Black doesn't play b5, then it remains deferred Berlin classical where a6 has been played in order to play b5 at right moment. This is a very interesting position. I think the position with bishop c2 is not very common compared to bishop b3 because the move order is different, and I'm sure that this position is very complex. Actually, it's their first game in Spanish. I mean, in Royal Pace, it's their first game with each other. So we don't know what they were expecting, or because probably if Nino expected Lano to play Gaico piano, this Spanish or Gaico piano, that remains to be seen after the in the commentary. Probably will know.
So d4 was played and black continued with de4, not taking much time for her decision. Only 1 minute was spent here, and
Yeah, I
after
think
d4,
ED4 was quite risky, so I think that was a good move. This was a yeah, but they have played a very sharp game. This position is probably unplayable because of E5 and yes, it's you can't be driven so quickly. And you know when you don't have a knight on F6, then you must put knight on E4. Otherwise, the H7 point cracks. So here this is a huge disadvantage. Knight C3 is quickly going to come. So so yeah, DE4 was forced, and I think it's a well analyzed line. Probably they have played with somebody else this because such a sharp position is not has not come without preparation. So I didn't see the games with other opponents, but probably although they are playing for the first time, they have studied each other's games against other players, obviously, and a very sharp position has arisen. D into E5, yes,
yes, and de4 has to be met with either knight e5 or de5.
yeah,
De5 was Lano's choice on the board,
yes, sharper variation because you allow the knights to be captured, you allow queens to be captured.
and ef3 was met with e into f6. Here, I think queen f6 would also work
Queen
because
F3,
knight d5, rook d1. I thought we have.
I don't know, bishop E6, bishop E4, knight E7. I didn't see a
Oh, knight e7
yeah,
is a
or even
wonderful
before bishop
resource.
E6, knight E7. So even the C4 and knight C3 trick doesn't work because now I'm going to support with the pawn.
Yes, and also maybe knight e5 now that I
Also
think,
sometimes,
because
yeah,
we are
yeah.
attacking the queen. So queen has to move and the
Yeah,
knight simply
yeah,
moves and there are not enough attackers. Wow, so black, this is almost a forced line after de4. We take back with de5, ef3, and white takes ef6,
yes, I think
not
there's a
queen
choice
f3.
of queen d8 check, but it doesn't make much sense. I think white is, yeah, probably allows easy equality because white tries to gain from the hanging nature of c6 knight sometime. So perhaps I think ef6 was a logical move. And let's see if black exchanges queens because I'm totally new to this position is totally new to me. And queen into f6, probably rook e1 check, bishop, so everything seems fine. Uh, Very well analyzed position for them for sure. If black takes queen into f6, then queen d5 is also a possibility where white starts attacking the hanging pieces of black's queen into queen. Okay, queens have been exchanged.
Yes, and queens have been exchanged. I don't think Nino is in her preparation as such anymore because she has already spent 18 minutes on the clock. She's down to 1 hour 12 minutes, while Lano playing very fast. And she takes bishop d1 also very fast, not rook d1.
Okay, so yeah,
Wow. Okay. What is the point of maintaining the rook on f1?
uh, perhaps the f2 pawn could get weakened, although I don't see any possibility. But yeah, bishop d1. Uh,
Does
Perhaps
she want to give check?
yeah, she wants to give check, of course, but yeah, fg2 rook e1 check could be the idea, but it still was possible with bishop on b3 as well. I mean, it.
But now bishop f3
Yeah, and in
next.
those cases, you would have got bishop d5. So I
Yes.
don't know why she prefers bishop on. Yeah, I mean bishop e4. Sorry. So why she preferred this? Obviously, it's a part of preparation. So bishop d1. She prefers the bishop to uh, e3.
Sorry,
She
here
prefers. Yeah, yeah,
g7 would be
yeah.
played. So
Yes.
black has
Yes.
now the rook is not hanging anymore.
Yes. That could be the reason, major reason. And after fg7, if white gets bishop h6, then it will be very strong.
So black must take gf6, but she took bishop d1 by the way, not
Yeah.
rook d1.
Yeah. So
So and here white would anyway play bishop e4.
yeah. So
So why do we take bishop d1 is a mystery to us. We will find out.
yes, I think it's
Maybe the point is after bishop d1 when black takes gf, we take bishop f3 and we have not wasted a move uh, with the rook d1. So
yes, we have better pawn structure. I mean, if black is playing this pawn structure, black should try to be a pawn up. So how about fg
and also
two at least on the previous move? I mean, was it necessary to play gf6? How about
yes.
fg2? That was more logical.
Yes, and also just to show the difference here, it is after bishop d7 it is white to play, whereas after in the rook d1 line after gf6 bishop e4 bishop d7 bishop f3 it would be black to play. So we actually saved a move after bishop d1 in this gf6 line, and Praveenji rightly points out that maybe fg2 is the way to continue for black, but we play rook
Rook
e1
e1
check,
check
not
and
take, but play rook e1 check and play for initiative.
yes, and king f8 is forced because if you play bishop e6, then pawn into g7 and rook g8, bishop h6 could be uh,
Or bishop f3.
bishop f3. Also, bishop e6 is not a correct move. King d7 and yeah, it's all. I mean, you're not rook d1 check bd6, but it looks like a very poor position. Bishop h6 and yeah, this should be very strong for white. Knight d2, knight e4, knight f6, and rook a d1. So fg2, rook e1 check, king f8 must be played if it's possible. That's the only move that can be played. And
Supporting g7 as
yes,
well.
and now white is not going to play fg because white will just wait for yeah, white will not play that because if you play fg, gf, then I have checkmate. So I think instead of fg, white probably plays bishop f3 or something, and black can never take gf 6 here because of mate in two moves, bishop h6 check, and yeah, so bb7, and yeah, some fantastic moves like okay, rook e7 is not available, bishop g5, bishop f4 is a possibility. So
Yeah, we have so many possibilities here. I think white has a wide choice.
yes.
So, was this the most accurate way to play? Let me find out. After d5 and d4, black played d into e4, white played knight e5. Just let's go back. D into e4, and here not knight e5 but d e5 was played,
Yeah,
uh, which is the other move possible, and here
DC5 was also one possible. Yeah, you see, DC5
yes,
was also played probably.
dc5 is also possible.
Yeah.
Actually here white is has many choices and all of them have been played: knight e5, d e5 and dc5. uh, d e5 the rarest continuation compared
Yeah.
to dc and knight e5, as well as knight b d2 has been played
Knight,
here. So ef3 maybe we take.
we just avoid queen exchange. Okay, so white is willing to uh, lose a tempo in order to keep the queens and also allow the g2 pawn to be taken.
Or even queen f3 could be
Queen
possible.
f3 here is possible, yeah, attacking two pieces because queen d5. Yeah, it could be a very complex variation. Knight b d2,
Knight e4,
ef3,
queen d5, knight
knight
e4.
e4, and bishop e6, then knight f6 check, and bishop e4. Yeah, it looks like a combination. Uh, Knight b d2, if pawn into f3, queen into f3, queen d5, knight e4. But still, it looks complex. Yeah, now it seems that some piece will be lost. Bishop e6 fails to knight into f6 check, pawn into f6, bishop e4. So all along, white did not recapture the lost piece, and white is now going to take more than one piece.
Yeah, very pretty lines, and I think black had to be the one who was well prepared here than white, even white actually, but black has more to lose in this. It's so risky, right?
Yes,
It's
yes.
so risky, and what happened here is white took on e5, and after queen d1, uh, sorry, here. No, she first took the knight.
Hmm.
She first took the knight.
And the other knight was taken as well.
Oh, so that's why it was important to take queen d1 maybe. Now I'm thinking. Because after bishop d1 we lose our attack on g4, e4 and we
Hmm.
can simply play knight g4 here.
Yes, I think
And
that.
then we pick up this pawn. So that's why it was important to first take on d1 before ef3 because it gives white this choice of bishop d1.
Hmm. Okay, so
This is an important difference that we have just learnt through this game.
yeah.
And in fact, there is a game Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruano played in the St. Louis Rapid Tournament in 2021, where the game continued with queen d1, rook takes, and pawn takes knight, and g pawn took on f6, and white played bishop e4, bishop d7, and bishop f3. So they reached the rook d1 position, and sorry, bishop f3 was not played. White played knight to d2 here, not picking up the pawn and
Oh,
playing for initiative. And actually, white went on to win this game, even though computer says it's equal, but how equal it is remains to be seen by the play over the board.
yes, I think it's not doesn't look like any advantage that way, but black is unable to castle on the king's side because of the hanging nature of the d7 bishop, and so knight b6, perhaps a4 might have been played, and long castle is also. The purpose of knight b3 is to send the bishop on b6. In that case, many times white has a combination. If his rooks are connected, then white could play rook into d7 and rook d1 check, and win two pieces for a rook. So that's the point of knight bd2, and I'm sure that Nakamura was playing for this trick, and his opponent probably didn't allow.
Uh, no, this is what happened, and this was the position that they finally got.
Okay,
And actually, Hikaru went on to win this game against Caruana.
okay, so
So, but still, Queen D1 was the main move in this position before taking the knight, so that we don't allow Bishop D1, Knight G4 is the problem, and the E4 pawn is no more attacked, and we simply pick up the E5 pawn. So, this was the difference, and instead, black took on f3, and after queen d1, ef6, queen d1, bishop d1, black is slightly more passive and black's king is weak.
yeah, I think fg2 has to be played, but in my opinion, because if you play gf6, bishop f3, I think it's you have bad pawn structure without any compensation, and there could be only two results, either a white win or a draw. So I think it's not time to play g into f6 here. I think fg2, rook e1 check, king f8, that strange position where white has initiative and black tries to hold. That has to be played. Since there are no queens on the board, there's a good chance of holding against white's initiative.
Absolutely, and wow, these variations are so difficult to play as black because white seems to be very well prepared also, let's not forget.
Yes, in such variations, I think the preparation matters a lot, because you can't really find out all the best moves in any game, and you need to refer to some sort of theory or some plans at least played in the past.
Yes. Okay, so we will come back to this game, black, or maybe let's look at a couple of moves that have been played right now. Fg2, rook e1 was played. Black played king to f8.
Yes, king to f8 is
Sorry,
necessary, I think, because you
king
can't
to
allow
f8.
fg7. Yeah,
Yes.
and white probably bishop f4 and bishop. We're considering this position with various options for white, even knight d2, knight e4.
Yes, and this is the current position on the board. We will come back to this game. Let's have a look at what is Zhu Jainer doing today against Nana Dzagnidze. She is the leader of the tournament right now. Zhu has been calculating really well. She's found some great sacrifices in this tournament so far. Let's see what the today's game holds for her.
You know, they have played only three games among themselves, and one has been resulting. Zhu has defeated Nana once in Karokan advanced variation. So, is it Karokan today?
No, they've gone for the Sicilian defense
Okay.
with knight f3, d6, d4 takes, knight takes, knight to f6, knight c3, and a6, the knight off variation. Um, Very well analyzed and sharp opening that is favored by amateurs as well as professionals all over the world.
Yes, I think the most common way of playing Sicilian defense.
So bishop g5, the sharpest line.
Oh,
Actually, white has so many ways to play against the knight off. She can play bishop e3, f3, queen d2, long castle, and go for the English attack setup, which, but I doubt if she would have gone for that, because yesterday also against the Taimanov she had that
yes.
choice, but she didn't go for it. The other option is to play the same way as she played against the Scaven engine yesterday, but here black would put the pawn on e5 and not e6. This
But
is the
also it's
difference.
possible to play bishop e to e6 is also one of the main lines. It was a main line also, but bishop e to e5 is now a main line. Bishop c4 is played here, which basically discourages e5, so e6 has to be played. So bishop c4 was popularized by Bobby Fischer. It's a Sozin variation. And bishop e3 is a comparatively new move when it was proven that knight g4 is not really a threat. For several decades, bishop e3 was not played here for the fear of knight g4. But then an entire variation developed with bishop g5 and h6 and bishop h4 and g5. This variation is pretty new, I think 20 or 30 years new, young only. Because the move bishop e2 is probably uh, 80 years old, 70 years old.
So also white has so many other options as well, like more subtle options like g3,
Uh,
h3,
Fisher's choice h3.
queen d3, a3. White has tried literally every move possible.
Also a4, also a4.
A4,
Yes,
f4, everything
yes.
here that can be played has been played by white, and white goes for the most principled bishop g5, which is leads to extremely sharp positions after e6, f4, and queen b6 or knight bd7 or bishop e7 on the seventh move. So let's see what was black's choice. Black played e6 and white played f4, and black played h6 first.
Okay, so I think it's going to be a deferred poison pawn. If she's playing poison pawn, then there's the advantage of playing h6 bishop h4, because then white cannot play the knight b3 line where queen e3 check is possible. The f4 pawn is loose. So this variation was played by Tal in a different way with white, and he gave the poison pawn with queen on d3 because the g6 was weak. So bishop h4, queen b6, queen d3. That's also a possibility. So instead of normal queen d2, now the queen d3 is a popular move, but it's widely analyzed. And the greatest contribution to poison pawns were by Bobby Fischer and Gary Kasparov again.
Absolutely. So here queen b6, queen d2 is one move, and a3 is the most popular move, I would say, with the idea to come back bishop f2 later.
Yes, because you played h6 too quickly and you are not really threatening to capture b2 in case you don't have a square on b4.
Yes. So the queen would be trapped after a3, queen b2 and knight a4, because a3 controls the b4 square, and hence a3 is a really useful move here. However, black did not go for the poison pawn variation. She played bishop after bishop h4. She played knight to d7. So uh, we will see what was her point of first playing h6 and then knight b d7. White continued with bishop c4 here. So there is queen e2 as well and queen f3 as well.
Yeah, queen f3 is a standard move also. But sometimes the idea of h6 is to eventually play g5 and knight e5. And at a later time, if you later stage, if you play h6, then white plays bishop into f6. So it's better to drive the bishop first to h4, and then black actually concentrates on a sometimes a sacrifice with g5 and knight e5 and then knight fg4, and sort of complex position comes. But this is a sort of specialized variation. Bishop c4 is not particularly strong till black has played bishop e7. If black has played bishop e7, then bishop c4 actually threatens to win with bishop into e6, and both knight bd7 and bishop c4, this bishop into e6 would be possible. So since that sacrifice is no longer threatened, bishop c4 is not a very effective move. But surely the c6 square has been weakened very early, and which means that black will not be able to play b5 so comfortably. I don't know, but it's still knight c6 doesn't work, so perhaps it's possible.
Right. So bishop c4 was replied to with queen c7, and white played queen e2 here.
Yeah, I prefer b5 to queen c7, but it's okay. Yeah, because now e5 is, yeah, the purpose of bishop c4 is to force e5 quickly when the knight doesn't have a square at all, and even worse because d5 has been doubly controlled, and it's a threat, and black has to do something about it. Generally e5 or with e5, knight f3 could be the next plan. White probably wants to play knight f3 and force e5.
Yes, I will have a look at what are the most popular moves, because this is a very concrete variation. You know, Naidov, every move has its own idea and its own difference. So let me just have a look at what. Um,
And this particular position, I think very few games must be there. It's
yes, with
already some, yeah,
h6.
with queen c7 and bishop c4. I think bishop c4 is not very common in neither once you have played bishop g5. Only after bishop e7, suddenly bishop c4 comes as a move. After both bishop e7 and knight bd7, when there's a direct threat against e6, only then bishop c4 is played. So I thought bishop c4 was not very common as well.
I mean, there are only 2 games in this position. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I thought there was somewhere they were playing on their own. So what is the time position then?
Time position with white having uh, 1 hour 30 minutes when she played bishop c4, and black had come down to 1 hour 19 minutes. Also, there is an interesting computer suggestion here. After queen c7, white could have taken on e6, black takes, white takes back, and here queen c6 is ideal, because after queen c4, let's say we attack the knight, but white will give it up for the pawn on d6, and we get 3 pawns for the piece. Knight e4 is impossible because of queen e7 checkmate. So that would be great compensation for the piece and a weak king as well. The other option was queen to c6, which is more logical.
Yeah, I think so.
But here, the engine really likes the move knight to d5.
Yes, and there's a threat of c7 check. So
And let's say we take, then
and
there
now,
is.
and now you see the problems because of h6. You couldn't take knight into e4 because of queen h5
Yes,
on
and
the
let's
previous
say
side.
even
Yeah,
here queen h5,
yeah.
and there is no g6. If the pawn was on h6, then black could have played g6. So this is the difference, and it's actually checkmate after g6, queen g6.
So I think bishop c4 is a good way of exploiting, trying to exploit g6 by sacrificing on e6. But I think that didn't take place, isn't it? Or is it the position? Is it the
No,
position on
she
the
did
board?
not take on e6. She
Ah,
played queen e2,
okay.
automatic move, even though she took 7 minutes here. But queen e2, I don't think she even considered bishop
Yes, I
e6.
think probably it is believed that the sacrifice is sound only if you're getting knight into g7 with check. So normally the sacrifice is well known only when bishop e7 has been played. But queen c7 I think is sort of inaccuracy, but she didn't know probably what to do there because bishop e7 was not possible due to bishop into e6. So uh, I think b5 probably was b5 and directly instead of queen c7 because
Yes,
instead of queen c7.
probably b5. Yes,
Yeah.
b5 would have made sense also because there is no bishop e7, so
Yeah, so
knight
knight c6
c6.
is bad, and bishop into e6 now doesn't make much sense because the queen could move probably to no queen. There's still problem because
Yes,
queen b6 there is
we still
bishop
have
e3. Yeah,
problems. No, bishop e3, queen e3.
bishop
Bishop
e2.
f2,
Bishop f2.
sorry.
I mean, sorry.
Even here knight d5, no, but
Yeah,
because we
again.
control e3 with
Yeah.
knight d5.
So I don't know the
This
sacrifice.
h6 move has caused so many problems for black suddenly, and this.
So,
Uh,
is bishop c? I think bishop c4 is the right way of exploiting the weakness. Perhaps, and I don't think I didn't know this variation, this move bishop c4 in this position. Rather, whenever they have played h6 before, they have played queen b6 and not knight bd7. I think the move knight bd7 itself looks like a sort of inaccuracy.
And here after queen c7, Zhu Jainer usually spots these tactics really fast, but there is no chance that she looked at bishop e6 and rejected it. So the only reason she has rejected it is because she didn't look at it.
Probably, yeah. And I think she has she's mostly thinking of knight sacrifices. I not, and the two knight sacrifices I saw she made. They
Yes.
were very good, and bishop sacrifice perhaps. Some players have different choice as of sacrifices as well. But queen a2 is certainly a solid move and intending to uh, play this, just develop long castle, knight f3 and quick e5.
So, black played queen c7 here, white played queen e2, a normal move, but white did miss a big chance to actually get a advantage after bishop e6, pawn takes, and knight to e6 followed with knight d5. So huge moment here in the game already after the ninth move, but white continued with queen e2 on the 10th move, and black replied b5, bishop b3, and this is the current position on the board.
And now black has to make some
Could she
choice.
still play bishop e6 here? I have a question.
But
But
now,
here queen is on e2, so
so
we
queen
simply
c4,
play.
yeah.
But now knight
Yeah,
c7,
so queen c4 probably it will be exchange and a pawn down because of knight b6. Oh no, but bishop b7 and
knight c7, yes,
yeah,
back.
knight. Yeah, I mean the knight can't be trapped on c7 at all. It is escaping from d5 or from a6 if you take on e4. If you take knight into e4, then yeah, escape. Yeah, so it's exchange and two pawns down. So queen c4 is not possible. And what difference has b5 made? Uh, Queen is safer on b7 perhaps. But
Can we take and play queen b7, but then you still
knight
play knight
d5, yeah.
d5.
So queen b7 doesn't work. So what's there? Let's find out. Uh,
Also, rook b8 would be a disaster because of check. You cannot play to f7 because of
yes.
knight d8, and king e7 looks
Yes, but what is there that is
e5.
possible now because of b5 and which wasn't earlier? Let's try to find out. Bishop e6, fe6, knight e6.
Queen b8.
Yeah, but it existed even before, and you still play knight d5. And rook a7 can be a difference. Where it's not available earlier, but now you have rook a7 probably. No, but rook a7 is very risky because of a check coming from h5 eventually, or e4 e5. No, e4 e5, knight into d5, queen h5 mate. So e5 comes into picture. Yeah, e5.
But we take.
Ah, okay. Now smashing
But
on.
this looks so risky for black, like even short castle.
Okay, so e5 doesn't work. Then in that case, black is fine. And rook a7 wouldn't have been available with pawn on b.
If long castle here, not caring about knight d5 because we always have queen h5 checkmate ideas. So this looks very difficult for black.
Yeah, I think, but if prepared in the at home, then obviously it's a great weapon in hands of white. I think bishop e7 is also unplayable, so something like I don't know, rook g8 or very strange moves have to be played for black. I don't think black has a very good position in the center, and yeah, strange choice of h6 and knight bd7 because generally I felt that after h6 they played queen b6.
Yeah, usually black plays knight b7 directly, white has queen e2 and queen f3 and reply. Two ideas.
And
And
also important thing in neither of is whenever there's a chance to like bishop e7 also the main line bishop e7 queen f3 black plays queen c7 stopping bishop c4 and bishop c4 is not played directly against bishop e7 because probably it will run into some other now it could run into h6 and knight into e4 perhaps.
sorry, h6 and knight e4. Yes, this is a
Yeah.
nice idea with
Yeah, so that's why queen f3 and such moves are to be played. And when queen f3 is played, black quickly plays queen c7, depriving you of queen c7. So that has not been done now. So knight bd7 turns out to be an inaccuracy because white doesn't have to play queen f3 and allow you to transpose with
queen
queen
c7.
c7. Yeah. So yes, a great strategic point, bishop c4, but perhaps she missed bishop into e6. I think she probably studied in a way that she found bishop c4 was available, but she didn't realize that it's time to go for a attack. It's already time to go for attack.
Yes, maybe sometimes we are so stuck in playing our own ideas that we don't see the new ideas that are available to us as a result of our opponent's play.
Also, against whom we are playing is an important consideration. Sometimes, if you're playing a Swiss league tournament for initial rounds, you would immediately make such a sacrifice. And if you're playing against such a strong opponent, and then we probably,
Don't expect them
yes,
to blunder.
yes,
Yeah, huge. Actually, for two moves in a row, this move is possible, and she doesn't take it, but she goes bishop to b3. And now, after knight
black
c5,
must play knight c5.
there is
But
no bishop e6
I
anymore.
think I don't know. But you are allowing e5 prematurely or bishop into f6. E5 probably is not effective here. Bishop into f6 and f5 is a possibility. And e5 also has to be analyzed. If is e5 working?
Yes,
Because
e5
so,
was played in the game.
sometimes there's a sacrifice coming on b5. But now it's probably again the h6 moves is going to cause a lot of problems. Knight into e6 could still be a possibility. If in case of knight d7, I don't know.
Yes, of course. Knight e6, knight d7 runs into
Yes, the
uh,
same mate, and sometimes knight
knight
d5 is also
d6
a possibility.
sacrifice.
Yeah. So h6, I don't know what she actually gained by that move. How quickly was that played h6 in the opening moves?
Immediately.
Immediately. So I think that's what she prepared for bishop g5, not particularly against Zhu, but that's what she has been playing, and probably then
Bishop c4 was definitely a surprise to her,
yeah.
and she did not react correctly. Even though she took 14 minutes here, queen e7, queen c7, not the best move. What else can she play here? Because bishop
I think you have
e6,
to play g5 here,
yeah, bishop e6 is a threat actually.
but g5 pawn takes pawn knight h7 is a very artificial way of playing. But even the pawn down is not so bad in case of g5 pawn into pawn because black gets knight e5 and some counter play. So it's not but
Oh, is it possible to play,
b5
uh,
here and
or
bishop
even
into
after
e6.
queen c7,
Hmm,
we take,
hmm.
just to understand this position better, can I play queen a5 and pin your knight?
Yeah, that was in case of b5. Yes, I felt that was the only way of
But
doing it. Yeah,
white can take and
that
play
yeah,
queen
but third pawn. Yeah,
d6.
but then e4 cannot be taken. So yeah, it's still very awkward. I think you have to play king f8 and king g8 perhaps, not rook f8 and or
Yes, maybe.
but still equally bad. Yeah, e5 is very
Looks terrible for black, yes.
knight e4 is knight e knight
Oh.
e4 probably has some different problems.
Queen queen e6,
And king h7, queen
queen
f5. Yeah.
f5.
Uh,
Wow.
yeah, not a. I mean, Naitov has been played by the some of the greatest players of all times, like Bobby Fischer and Gary Kasparov. And nowadays, it's the most common line. But Mikhail Tal, I must say also, he played from both sides, and it's not easy to play this variation against. I mean, Bishop G5 is the most principled line. It was very popular 40 years back, and if Black didn't know a single move, theoretical move, then probably it would be a disaster. And it still seems that you should know this Bishop G5 line very well because there's a sharpest line, and in Bishop E2 line, for example, if you don't know one theoretical move, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to lose because of that mistake. But here, yes, you could get into a terrible position as early as move 9 or 10, and that could be, um, and it could really be very difficult for a player to uh, cope up with such a blow so early in the game.
Absolutely. So queen c7 was played, queen e2, b5, bishop b3, black played knight c5, white played e5. Let's have a look at the current position. Black took d into e5, f into e5, and now black is down to 1 hour. Black is down to 59 minutes on the clock with 1 hour 15 minutes for Zujiner, and great position for white. Can black defend?
I don't know, knight d7, there's also bishop into e6 rather than knight into e6, even bishop into e6. So that if you take knight e5, then I take perhaps also because you can never play fe.
Queen e5, I
Queen
think.
e5, yeah. So whenever there's a bishop on e6, you play queen e5. So if I play knight e6, bishop e6, then you play knight e5. But then your knight is pinned. So let's see knight e6, bishop, yeah, knight fd7, knight e6. Then queen e5 loses the queen to bd7 check. So there, merits and demerits.
And we play bishop d5
Yes, also.
after knight e5.
So knight goes to
Knight
h7. Yeah.
h7 is almost
Yes,
forced.
e7, e6 point had to be supported by two pieces because the support with f7 pawn is useless.
Yes. Especially after knight d7 even more so,
Yes.
because we just
But
checkmate.
then the very very gist of black's play is gone because the e5 pawn, e5 advance is supposed to be premature. If black can attack that, black could win the pawn. Now that is gone, and something like a long castle suggests itself.
Yes. I mean, white got what he wants in the Sicilian, the e5
Yes,
break.
yes, and she's very comfortable with his e5, and because e5 is generally not played because it loses a pawn after 97, but now 97 are not possible, so I think white enjoys all the trumps at least.
Wow, and now actually rook d8 is also a future threat
Knight
after
into
knight
b5 is
b5.
already a threat. Knight into b5 is
Yes.
already a threat.
So difficult position. Knight g5 will be played definitely
Yeah,
for long castle.
instead of g5, g5 is too weakening, so knight g5.
Yeah, and then what do you do with your knight as well after
Yes,
g5?
so
The
g5,
knight
bishop
is
g3, and it's just so knight g5. So okay, the knight which was badly placed has been uh, deployed at a square where it cannot be immediately attacked with a pawn. Although
s-
bishop move comes into consideration again, but then bb7. So okay, both the knights are doing their great duty jobs by guarding e6, which was a target for all this time. Now that point is no longer target, but new target, fresh target on f7 is possible. The d8 has been, of course, covered with this move.
yes. I think black is going to have to play a very long and defensive game in order to come out of this game untroubled. But if white can build up her momentum, then the black king will really give up at some point.
Yeah, sometimes even the sacrifices with knight f5 and knight d5, they come knight f5, e5, and d5. Here I think it's not working because knight into b3 check and there is no real threat. But the
Just simple rook
rook
f1 could be
f1
a good move here.
and black has to decide where to castle. Bishop e7 looks like only move after rook f1, and if the f7 point is can be guarded well, bishop g5, bishop g5, certainly a undesirable position for sure.
All right, and king b1 followed by bishop g5, knight b5, many
Yes,
ideas.
yes.
So let's come back to this game once we have a look at the. Have we looked at all the games? No, we are
No.
yet to look at Polina versus Bibisara. So let's have a look at that one now. Polina Shuvalova opened with d4, and black replied with knight f6, c4, and g6.
Yes,
The
they have played King's Indian before.
Yes, the pet King's Indian defense, which Praveenji loves very much as black. Knight c3, bishop g7. This is the King's Indian, and here d5 immediately would be the Grunfeld, which we are looking at in Vaishali's game. Bishop g7, e4, d6. So we must not allow e5 again. Uh,
No,
F
Bobby Fischer did allow short castle and e5 98, and he still won the game. But he was probably
Fischer.
he won because he was Bobby Fischer.
Yes. Unless you're Bobby Fischer, don't allow e5 and play d6 and f4, the four pawn
Oh,
attack. Wow. Shuvalova very aggressive. She's always going for these aggressive opening choices, and even her style is very direct.
yeah, they've had very interesting games. They played 10 games, out of which 8 were resulting. 3 wins for Polina and 5 wins for Bibisara. And there have been E4 games with Sicilian Naidov and King's Indian, and there are irregular D4 openings as well. So F4, okay. So now here black has again two plans. One to castle and play for E5. Other one is to castle and play C5 when you go to Benoni type of setup. But 4 pawns attack is very dangerous against Benoni. So probably the safest line for black will be to play castle and e5, and perhaps a more complex line would be eventually castle and c5.
Yeah, I think nowadays everybody is going for the c5 line with after castle and d5 e6. This is the main setup that black goes
Yes,
for.
but that's because Boris Spassky is no longer actively playing. Because if somebody played this against Boris Spassky, he was just he smashed almost everybody in that sort of setup. So he played only 4 pawn attacks against Benoni. I mean, he always played with F4 systems against Benoni, and he smashed almost all his opponents when he was world champion or world number two.
How interesting. So,
One of the all-time, I think, greatest attacking players. So we have some now, but lot of computer help now. So the position which Spassky played, some of them may not have been playable.
I always thought Spassky was known as the most universal world champion.
Absolutely, absolutely. He played. Seen great technical games by him, and but he was his main strength was kingside attack and the way he smashed players like even Petrosyan and many others, Fischer with kingside attack. But he had fantastic end game also. In one of the Fischer games, he displayed best end game, almost the same quality of I would say Botvinnik or Karpov. Spassky is a universal player, a complete player and a very enterprising player and a very nice person as well.
Wow, very wonderful. Yes, you did mention that you analyzed with him.
He analyzed with me and gave
He analyzed with you.
2.5 hours of his invaluable time for me, and I gained lot of knowledge because of that.
Wonderful. Can we have the commentators on the screen as the players are both have gotten up from the screen? So it's a little funny to watch a board where both the players are not there. And
Yes,
yeah,
probably. Yeah, and where are we actually in the position?
we are after f4, black played short castle, knight f3, knight bd7, and white played e5, knight g4, h3, and knight to h6 by Bibisara.
Already a bad move knight bd7. Actually, let's come back to this move knight bd7. Why is it bad? e5. What happened? No, knight bd7, e5. Why not the standard Fischer's idea knight e8 followed by c5, trying to break the center? It's an interesting question, and white gets advantage only with c4, c5. I think that's the only move that gives advantage because the
So the idea is to play c5.
c5, then break d4 first, then break e5, and then white will have more liabilities than assets.
So
So
white
white plays
plays
c5.
c5.
That's a theoretical concept, and it's not easy for black to
This is
because of the
very
pin. Yeah,
important.
yes, that's a basic idea in this setup. So normally knight bd7 is not played because white can play e5. Common move here as in the starting position where she played nbd7. Boleslavsky proved that it was not a loss of a pawn after e5, and even in case of DE, knight e5, it was possible to get back the pawn, and this didn't really work. And FE instead D, FED knight into e5 also ran into c5, and black gets back the pawn. Black is actually better here, as Boleslavsky said in probably 1950s.
Oh, maybe queen e7 actually.
Also maybe nd5 is a possibility also, but queen is a. So this position is known for only two options generally, e5 and c5. So
Here I think queen d1 and king knight d1 would run into knight e4. So king d1 and rook e8 or
yes,
knight
rook e8, and
a6.
I think, but it becomes very drawish. There's the combination coming against e4 and getting back the pawn. Knight a6, knight c5, right? Bishop e2, knight c5, bishop f3. There's a lot of theory in this. It leads to a dull draw. In fact, I have had this bad experience of sometimes white being agreeable to playing a drawish position from the very beginning. In one of the tournaments, important tournaments, well, my opponent made a quick draw, leaving both of us out of prize list.
That's a pity. That's a serious pity.
It is the last round. So.
So knight f3 was played and black played knight bd7, and both of I think at least Bibisara doesn't want to go for the quick draw, it's clear. And knight bd7, e5 was played by white.
Yes, white is much better here, I think. And knight g4, I don't know. Bibisara's opening moves are very difficult to guess. And I was guessing her ideas almost all the time yesterday's game because I know your opponent's pawn on e3 and knight on e3, and it looked that she was in a bad position. But she has some original plans in allowing this, and very often probably white could underestimate black because black has chosen to play such strange moves. And even I think g4
G4
probably,
was
yeah,
played, yes.
yeah. I
The
don't know.
knight on
Yeah,
h6 is very.
yeah, but I think g4 permits c5 quickly. So it's going to be a sharp battle where the knight on h6 is not going to be the main deciding factor. So c5, d into c5 is not good. So it's going to be a complicated game. Bishop e3 probably, I think.
But we can play
Ah,
d5
because of
now
the h6 is
because
hanging. Okay, yeah. So it's a big liability then, yeah. And yeah,
bishop e5 would run into bishop
yes, in that
e6.
case, if white can get both d5 and e5 without losing these pawns, then obviously black has to uh, explain for the variation chosen.
Yes. And black actually, can you guess what black played here, Praveen? I
Uh,
don't think it would be a move that I would consider, but I understand it once I see it. Black plays king h8 to
okay,
make a
yeah,
room
yeah,
for the knight to
yes,
g8.
yes, yes. But she's going to be a several tempos down, and in such position, bishop d3 and even h4, h5 could be very dangerous. Even bishop e3, anything, and g4 pawn is not very relevant. King h8 is a unfortunate target. Now white has to see, look at a possibility where c5 doesn't break. Even now bd3 looks good because c5 d5 and you are ready for queen e2 next in case of further attacks on e5. And for knight g8, you could just play queen e2, and I think you're already winning here. I believe that this position is losing for black. So h4, h5 coming. Knight b7 is proving a hindrance in almost uh, everything. And well, it's a idea. I wouldn't say that it's a idea which is bad or something at this stage, but it seems that the idea has not been played by the players, and somehow, as a King's Indian defense, I wouldn't like to play knight g4 and knight h6 and go back knight and g8 and also give up the center control to the opponent.
Yeah, I think black has given up too much and not got anything in return.
Only development advantage a bit because she developed three pieces and she has already castled, but sort of the development is unproductive. Knight bd7 blocks the bishop. The white's huge pawn center doesn't allow black pieces to come anywhere. And this position, if I was playing this position with black, it would have been unacceptable to me. I might have lost it. And now we need to see how the youngster Plays it. The youngest participant in the tournament, so probably most energetic she is. So let's see.
Wow, yes, definitely we will have a look at this game once more, and let's have a look at what Vaishali has been doing against Goryachkina. But before that, do you want to look at Lagno's game because that was very interesting
Yes,
and
a very sharp game.
a
Yeah.
very sharp game, and lots of moves have been played already. So let's go there. After ef3, black took on d1. Sorry, white took on f6, black took on d1, rook, and we took back with the bishop, and black took on g2 with the pawn as expected. Rook e1 was played and king f8, and this is where we left it. And white here played bishop to f3 first, provoking bishop d7. She probably doesn't want to leave the bishop also in a pin, so that's why she plays bishop to d7, and now knight to d2 with the idea to play knight b3 and knight e5.
Perhaps on knight e4 and somewhere then knight e4 and then exchange the dark bishops. So knight comes to c5 perhaps. With bishop on d7, there's a possibility of winning a piece. Is there in case the c5 bishop doesn't exist? So white wanting a knight at c5 is also a possibility. So very sharp games. Let's see if there's any chat or any queries by the viewers because viewers are interested generally in the openings. So
Yes, absolutely, but at the moment I don't see any question, and Narendra Khandekar says happy birthday to Humpy.
okay, thank you, Narendra ji. We'll convey it to the champion.
Absolutely. So let's go to Vaishali's game, and we have uh, we have this position on the board. Let's see what happened after we left it at rook c1, and black played bishop b7, bishop to b5, and here black chose rook to c8
Yeah, I
as
think we had seen
expected.
up to rook c8. No, we had seen up to rook c8. I think
We were considering rook
rook c8.
c8.
Okay.
We were not sure what would Vaishali choose. She goes for rook c8, queen d2, and e6 was played. So e6 is a measure against d5 and rook f d1, pawn takes, knight a5, rook takes, queen takes, and bishop to g5. This is the live position on the board right now, and we can expect knight c4, I think.
Yeah, because bishop, the trap is bishop into e4, bishop e7.
And
Yeah, the rook
exchange
is,
is
yeah.
lost. But can we also give it up? Maybe that's also.
Also, and secondly, I mean, what is the analysis of f6? Because she is actually offering a pawn. Yeah, if black plays the ugly f6, yeah, then there is a threat of bishop into e4. So obviously it has been well planned.
Bishop e4. Wow.
Yes, obviously it's.
Yes, it needs to be calculated. Rook c1, queen b7 will run into rook c7.
Yeah, I think I should
So queen a8.
queen a8 or even d8 is also. A8 is fine, but a8 somehow I don't like. Maybe bishop.
d8 you want to play.
Yeah, bd7. Yeah, but bd7 always this bishop d5. Yeah, queen d8 somehow I think pieces are very safe on their original squares. So if they attack, go back to their original squares.
Wow, really? That's a nice thing to remember, I think. And rook c7 maybe e5, yes?
Yeah, something will go. Pins, cross pins, queen c7 is
But
attacked. D2 is also, yeah, it just wins a piece. I
no,
mean,
but
rook
rook
g7, no, rook
d7.
g7 check and bishop h6 check. But rook d7 you want to play. Okay, rook d7. But I have activity in the c line usually. No, you just take d5. I don't know. Yes. No, it's difficult. e5 may not be a playable move now. So rook c7. Yeah, but
I think it's going to be a sharp game as well because it's going to become very concrete.
yes, perhaps even a6 and knight c6, bringing back the knight, giving up the pawn, or something like queen d5 perhaps, and there are various possibilities. Yeah, giving a pawn is not generally a good choice because, but it's knight c3 could win some material, no? Yeah, knight c3,
Oh, here queen e3 is a good
yes,
move.
also bishop d5, rook c6. Yeah.
c6.
So, yeah, black has some problems with the development, but black's position is quite sound and solid. Developing all the pieces could be a problem, but she has offered a pawn quite early in the game, I
And
must say.
Vaishali down to 38 minutes after 17 moves. With
Really? So, I mean,
yes.
Vaishali is generally quite good in opening preparation.
No, I have seen Vaishali play. I mean, I've played against her many times. She prepares a lot and she has a decent opening preparation, but she also takes a lot of time over the board because to remember what you have prepared and to also, some you could have prepared one idea at home and your opponent might play something else, an unexpected move over the board, so you have to figure it out. So these challenges always occur, and I feel Vaishali is someone who does take a lot of time over the board.
Okay, so fine. I think so. Bishop into e4, even the exchange sacrifice, as you suggested. Now that's a question which a chess player is never able to solve. After bishop into e4, bishop e7, if you're losing, if you're giving up an exchange with bishop into e4, which bishop would you like to take for the rook? That's a very interesting question, and most of the time chess players don't know it. And I myself have been in a dilemma sometimes. Bishop e7 is there bishop into g2, but it's too risky. No, it will be rook down then. Bishop e7, bishop into
Sorry,
g2. No.
bishop e7 and bishop
G-
g2.
yeah, but you'll play bishop f8, not king g2, queen b7 check. So you are a rook down simply after
Yes.
bishop f8. So just attack. And if you play queen b7 first, then your opponent takes on f8. But that was and yeah, I think exchange sacrifice is somewhat reasonable. Yeah, but bishop f8. Somehow you have to justify the loss of material, which I'm not able to justify
We
with that
take with
knight
the
on
bishop.
a5. With that knight on a5,
Yeah.
I'm not able to justify that sacrifice. So bishop g5, what does black do then? f6 probably, as
Yeah,
we
let
saw.
me just.
Yeah, here f3 is good, I think. So no point in giving up exchange. So she has played bishop g5, trying to win. Uh,
Knight c4 is possible, no?
Also bishop c6. What does she want to do? Rook c1.
Bishop c6.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the knight into play, but maybe
I thought we'll get d5 with a tempo. If
yeah,
we take
or just bishop d3 back also.
knight c6 and d5.
Yes, if d6, because if the pawn is not stopped on d6, it will be strong, very strong. If white can get d6, white has a very strong position. If the pawn can be blockaded at d6, then it will be okay. Yes, so this is, yeah. Now it's a lot of
But
compromise because
yeah,
knight coming to d5, bishop
but
coming to
still,
e7.
I don't like this for
Yeah,
black.
black is not in a good position, I think. Probably
Sorry.
knight f4, knight d5 as well. So knight c4, what happens directly? So knight c4, I was worried if the knight is attacked and how do I stop bishop e7? That was the question. So you are suggesting knight c4. So let's see a possibility where queen moves and attacks the knight. See knight queen b4.
Oh, I didn't. I thought.
Yeah, and the knight has only square is a5 and then I have
No,
bishop
that
e7.
doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense.
yeah.
So,
So
bishop g5, f6 is the most logical move.
probably a forced move.
Bishop
And
f4 or bishop e3, and we take
yeah,
now.
bishop into e4 should be taken because as it is you have weakened our position with f6. Then at least let's try to have the extra pawn and put bishop on d5 and try to create a. But there is some initiative coming because the c line will mostly be unchallenged.
Yes,
Sharp.
and also Vaishali needs to take the decision fast enough because she is going to be under some pressure and she will need time to in the critical position to make the right decision.
I don't know about Vaishali specifically. But some players who play for initiative actually are very reluctant to hand over initiative to their opponent. I've seen many attacking players who don't allow their opponents to attack and that sort. So Vaishali plays for initiative, but I don't know. She must be a universal player, but also sometimes that is a problem that handing over. Yesterday, Vaishali sacrificed an exchange for initiative.
Yes.
So here she could look for. Forward to some sacrifice or she would be uncomfortable defending. I don't know.
Yes, she did play f6 and bishop f4. So this is the current position on the board. We will have a look at this game once a few more moves are made and there's some progress. Let's have a look at Polina versus, or
No,
let's
I
have a
think
look at
Polina's game
Zujiner.
we saw
Yes,
Polina's game. Yeah,
let's have a look at Zujiner versus Nana, which was super sharp. Knight h7, long castle, and knight to g5 has been played.
I think
Um,
smashing the knight is going to be a correct plan for white eventually. I don't think the bishop h4 can be a productive can participate in a productive way. So rook h f1 with the idea of pressurizing f7 point comes into consideration. Or how do you like the idea of just weakening something with queen h5 eventually and g6 and come back? Say after the preliminary rook h f1
Sorry, 1 minute. Rook h f1.
and sometimes go queen h5 g6 and come back or something. But yeah, maybe rook h f1 is too slow. Perhaps king b1 is a wise move because sometimes you may capture knight into b3 cb3. So king b1 is a standard move in this position also. But perhaps black is okay. I think black has prepared this line. I don't know. Black has not prepared for sure. Knight h7 and knight
Rook
g5.
h f1 looks very
Yeah.
logical, no?
Also perhaps
But black is planning to play bishop e7 and short castle, is it? I
short.
think that is black's point.
So bishop.
Because we don't have the f pawn anymore.
Yes, but bishop g3 and h4 is again going to send back the. Oh, you always have bb7 when knight would come to e4. So how about rook h f1 instead of directly smashing bishop into g5 and rook h f1? Does it make any sense? I don't know. And maybe not giving h2, but say queen g4 also. What do you play?
Queen e5 we are giving up, yeah?
Yeah, but opening
Because
the
knight c6, sorry. Let's just show it.
and the rook d8. Queens get exchange. Oh, queen f4 check. Let's see. Oh, queen f4 check. Queen into queen. Pawn into queen. Rook d8 bet. So black is a sound pawn up, but his king is unsound. Her king is unsound. So
Yeah, wonderful checkmate there. So this wouldn't
yeah,
work,
it's
but
too
queen
risky. It's
e3.
too risky. I think.
And this is also so bad. First of all, bishop b7 I think will run into some knight d5 and
Yeah.
take and rook e1.
And even bishop d7, knight d5, knight c7 mate. So
Yes. No, this looks very bad for black, and even here knight d5 looks. Oh, but here the queen is attacked after bishop
okay, okay. So you
b7.
don't have time for rook
So
e1.
rook
Okay.
e1
First.
first,
Yeah. Okay.
and then we play rook d7 or
And
knight
nice
d5.
mate comes with queen f4, knight d5, queen into g4, knight c7 mate.
Wow, let's show this. Oh, this is beautiful. The two knights checkmate the king. Wow. And so, yeah, there are so many problems that black can have, and this is a critical position, definitely. So, white is taking her time deciding what to do. White can decide to exchange this bishop for the knight, which is a good defender right now, or she can play rook to f1, try to attack f7, but then it will be countered with bishop e7 and a quick short castle, and then followed by bishop to b7 and knight coming to e4. So, bishop taking on g5 we feel is a good move at
Yes,
the
I thought
moment.
strategically it's good because if the knight comes to e4, then there's nothing probably. White will have to justify the advance of the e5 pawn.
And is it possible to move the bishop to f2 with the idea to play
Directly
h4?
h4. Yeah, this I thought was the most principled move. But bb7, what happens then?
Bishop to b7 and
Is some sacrifice?
h4.
Yeah, h4. And is knight e4 possible?
Knight
Because of
takes, and
sacrifice on e6
we take, let's say black
and
takes
sacrifice
and
on
we bishop
e6.
e7. Yes,
Yeah, bishop e6. So
e6.
it's winning. Yeah.
Oh no,
So
it's winning for black according to the engine.
oh really? If e6 is possible?
Queen h5 and
No,
king
queen f7.
e7.
Queen,
Queen f7.
so now I was thinking of knight e6 and some checks, but
So knight e6
yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
We take and
And bishop
bishop
e6,
e6.
threatening queen h5 check and mate.
Mate.
So what do you do?
These are serious problems that black has. Maybe h5 or g6. No, g6, queen g4.
Queen g4. So queen g7 will, rook d7 is also threatened now.
Yes, and bishop d7 as well. So h5 looks fine,
I
but
think still
then rook d7.
rook d7, I don't know. You have to give the queens quite a few pieces. No, rook d7 you can play queen c6 also, no? Here I think white should try to give a check on the diagonal. So bishop f5 comes into consideration and bishop g6 check. You have to play knight f2. Then I play bishop g6 check. And
Queen f2.
yes, and is it possible to guard the f7 square?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Queen c4 is possible, but e6.
e6, rook f, e1, whatever I think. Even bishop f7 was possible. Yeah, e6 ends the game. Yeah.
Yes, this is very, very difficult for black. Maybe
Yeah, bishop f2 is a possibility followed by h4.
maybe even bishop e3 and oh no, bishop e3 doesn't make sense. Bishop e3, bishop e7.
Yeah, but bishop f5, is it rook h6 also? Queen f7, bishop f5,
Also, can we play rook d7 here?
queen into d7. Is it strong? I don't know.
Because the king is so weak that I thought we can.
But not many pieces to attack now.
Queen goes back and queen d3.
No, queen should not go to e8, I thought. On the queen side somewhere.
And we go here.
Oh. Yes, it's.
It looks very bad for black. So white has a lot of options here, I think.
Yeah.
Can we also play? Can we play a slow move like bishop e3, or is it not good because of queen e5?
But even bishop d4, I think you aren't particularly in a bad. Yeah, but okay, you have to see knight g3. Perhaps your opponent tries to take all your pieces.
And we won't be left with pieces to checkmate. That's the problem.
So I think we shouldn't try to move the bishop here, but some natural moves like rook d7, even bd7 check. I think you're practically you have to capture queen d7. No, bd7 check, king f7 is possible. I don't know, but not very.
Yeah, bishop d7 is a better move actually than
Yeah, because
rook
rook
d7.
d7, why allow queen? Why
Yes.
analyze queen c6 and queen e5 and other moves?
Hmm.
So bishop d7 check. And if you are happy with king on e7, we are also happy.
We are more than happy.
And king f7, that means that king has to go to g8, but
King f7, but queen f3, no?
and bishop e6 check and yeah, and mate queen f. Where is the mate? Which,
This is mate queen h5.
yeah, queen h5 mate.
Oh, black has lot of problems. White is enjoying, but white needs to find a good move at this point. This is the critical position.
Yeah, I think the knight on g5 because it will defend f7 and e6. Something has to be done about the knight. One option was bishop g5 as we analyzed. The other option is to move the bishop and play h4. So there are two logical options. Bishop f2 comes in way of rook f1 f7, but still once the knight goes back to h7, then we could really plan our play. So bg5, the idea was to try to attack f7 quicker, and bf2 is the idea is to drive away the knight back to h7 and then regroup the pieces to better squares.
Yeah. So we have two ideas here. Let's see what Zujiner chooses. We will be back after a short break. Meanwhile, please have a look at the player stats that we will show on the screen right now, and we'll join you shortly. Hello and welcome back after the break. We hope you enjoyed having a look at the player stats, which gives so much information about our players.
Yes, really great players in action. I think this tournament is being conducted for the first time in India, and we're seeing the best women players once again after the Olympiad. In Olympiad, all of these great players had come to India. And okay, let's come to the games now.
Absolutely. And yeah, we had Lano versus Zujiner being played on the break. So I think the viewers must have had a look at what happened. This is the live position. Let's just quickly go back and analyze what were the options in case they had any. King f8 was played,
Okay.
and white played bishop f3. Bishop came to d7. And here white played knight d2, not
Yeah,
picking up the pawn.
I think knight e4 was, we were discussing knight e4 and then knight jump to f6 or yeah.
So the G2 pawn is ours to take. We can take it any time we
Yes.
want and we don't need to hurry. But the king at the moment is weak, and the bishops and the pieces are placed awkwardly. You know, it's the knight and rook are in the diagonal of the bishop. This bishop is unprotected. This bishop doesn't know where to go after knight b3. So let's take advantage of the momentum and to complete our development quickly and bring all our pieces into the game. So knight d2 was played, rook e8,
Logical.
and now rook takes. If king takes, then we can take with the pawn again. So bishop takes is
Yes,
forced.
that immediately lost. Yeah, king takes then pawn into pawn and knight e4 and the bishop e7 force and I think bishop h6 or something. It's lost. Rook e1 is coming.
So
So
this would be terrible for black, and black has to take back with the bishop, and knight takes.
knight
Knight
e4.
comes to e4, sorry, and now bishop d6 and bishop b6 are two options, but the third option was played with knight to e5, attacking white's bishop on f3. So a more active move and probably a better move than moving back the bishop. Bishop g2 was played and black went back bishop to b6. So bishop f4, bishop
Bishop
g5,
threatening pawn into pawn check. So not easy to reply.
knight g4 was played.
Covering f6 point and threatening to have a sort of multiple g into f6 perhaps with simplification.
Knight e4, knight g4 was played, and black played pawn into g7. But now I'm see the even the engine, like as we see the bar, the evaluation has gone down
Oh,
drastically, and it also feels as if allowing knight e5 was did white have anything better, or was
no,
this the best way to continue?
direct knight e4 was a possibility, but then the e1 rook is hanging, so there is some problem with that. You can't be, and knight is coming to d3, so it was rejected for the same reason. And then what else then? Because rook e8, surely move like rook d1 is too artificial. So
Yeah, so rook e8 looks forced.
yes,
Bishop takes, and knight e4 also looks logical.
yeah, I think so. You want
Knight
to develop.
e5, bishop g2, and here bishop to b6. Here maybe instead of bishop g5, because already after bishop g5 knight g4, it seems like black is okay. So maybe a better move was available. um, what can we do here? Let's have a look at the game
Yes,
so that we understand what was the problem with bishop g5. Bishop g5 knight g4, you are still not threatening on f2 because the knight defends it.
yeah, but in case of h3, probably black plays g into f6 or something.
G f6, not knight f6.
Yeah, but knight f6, I was a bit worried about take and bishop h6 check, but still that's also okay. I think king e7, maybe,
And
yeah.
f5.
Ah, okay, okay. This is getting some,
Yeah, this is a good idea.
yeah. Okay, so black has, I think, no problems. No, here, not real problems. Rook e1 looks necessary. Yeah, but this is white has missed something maybe in this before. So
So black played bishop, white played bishop g5, black played knight g4, and white played pawn into pawn for this reason, not allowing pawn takes, king takes, and white played h3. um, Again f2 is protected, but black can maybe play f5 here.
Yes, black must
Oh,
play something
actually,
because yeah, knight moves, bishop f6 checks. So the e4 knight has to be attacked. h6 doesn't improve things because bishop h4. Eventually, you have to play that f5 is a forced move, I think, no? Yeah, so
or even bishop f4.
yes, and bishop e5 check.
So f5 is forced, and
Yes,
which was
yeah,
played, and hg4 followed by f e4, and we are at the live position with Katrina Lano down to 22 minutes with 50 to Nino Batsiashvili. So Lano has been taking a lot of time despite being the better prepared opponent after having reached this position, which with bishop d1 with 1 hour 30 minutes on the clock.
yes. She had hardly consumed any time. Bishop d1 was. I think she sensed the inaccuracy in black's play and played bishop d1 because black didn't take queen into queen first, and as a result of that, ef6 was taken first. So probably white was slightly better here. Even in the final position, white could be slightly better, but not really in a position to gain something from black's weak pawns.
So black played very well after getting out prepared by her opponent, we could
Yes.
say, but she was able to find rook e8, which is a resourceful move, exchanging the attacker. Again, a very
Yes.
thematic move. Yesterday also we were looking, a day before yesterday we were
Ye-
looking at rook f6 and rook g6 by Vaishali, exchanging the attacker on g3,
Yes.
and today also rook e8, uh, exchanging white's active pieces, and after bishop e8, knight e4, knight e5, another accurate move by black.
Yes.
Good play, good defense by black, definitely, and it seems like she has managed to equalize. Let's see what's the material on the board. Black is a pawn down even right now, but
I mean, after you lose the e4 pawn, but how about the counterplay with rook f8, and then
bishop h4
yeah, bishop h4, then perhaps
or bishop e3.
bishop
Bishop
e3.
h4 might run into rook f4. That is okay, but rook e4 we have. Sorry.
Yeah, not rook f4, some e3, and e3 followed by rook f4 is a
Or
possibility.
bishop c6, because bishop e4 runs into rook e8 and we don't have f3.
Yes, so yeah, so rook f8 or bishop c6 directly was also a possibility.
So rook f8 might
Yeah,
run into bishop
yeah, but
e3.
instead of rook f8, direct bishop c6, or yeah, direct bishop c6.
Yeah, let's complete bishop
Uh,
e3.
Yeah,
For bishop e3, if she takes, we take back with the rook, and then we take on e4 with the bishop, and if rook f4, then rook e4. So
yes,
this is all right. And now the rook on e3 is defended. So bishop e4, rook e8 is blunder because bishop c6, and we take back, sorry, with the pawn. So that's why bishop e3, a very strong move here. What happens for bishop g6? We again take, and bishop e4, and now again rook e8 will be met with f3,
yeah, and eventually
and
white
this
keeps
is
a
not
extra
pinned
pawn. Yeah,
anymore.
white keeps a extra
Oh,
pawn.
but maybe rook f4 here,
Rook f4 and still
f3
f3 and bishop.
and bishop
Yeah, and
e4.
rook e4 and I don't know, rook e6. Then there's rook g3 check. But yeah, rook g3 check, king f2. I am comfortable. And rook into pawn, and again rook g6 should be a draw.
Wow. So black has definitely equalized it. The e4 pawn looks very vulnerable, and after rook e1 it is in fact attacked twice. Why did she take rook e1 then? Why not bishop e4 directly?
Yeah, this is a sound pawn up, no? But rook f8 looks very irritating here.
And rook f1?
Yeah, perhaps. And
But bishop d7 and attack g4, and this is nothing,
yes,
and we don't have f3 because of the pin.
yeah, I think it's just equalizing.
Right, very good play by Nino, resourceful. Actually, Georgian players, initially when we started playing in this uh, Olympiad and World Team Championship, and we used to face the Georgian team, I used to think that they are very positional players. but after having played them a few times, I've realized they actually that's not the case at all. Some of the players are very direct and straightforward.
Yes, on the contrary, I mean, if you looked at, if you, because we have seen days of USSR when there were different states represented different playing styles. And yes, Georgia, the women's teams were always dominated by Georgia. Even in USSR, all the three players were often from the Georgia. And well, they were not particularly positional like the, one could say, the Russians or the Belarusians or Ukrainians. They played more or less positional chess, and the other republics, Kazakh, Uzbek, but even Georgia, Azerbaijan, they were more into tactical play. Even the local culture of play did matter. Although strongest players were there from all the parts. But yes, Georgia is not particularly positional. But yes, they were well prepared because many of them were at top. So you have to be well prepared. But most of the women players were at top. And Nunaga Prindashvili, the first woman to become a grandmaster in open section, that is in men's grandmaster. She was from Georgia, and she was world champion for 12 years till she went down to Maya Chibur-Dzagnidze, who was world champion for 19 years. So they had great tradition of chess in Georgia, women chess. And yeah, they are strong players, I think, generally. So this counterplay, of course, was unexpected in many ways because it's just comfortable position for black, and somewhere white got into a good position. I think I noticed one thing, that whenever somebody gets into a good position in the opening, they're actually not aware of the opening thoroughly that way, strategically, and the player who finds out the correct moves without knowing the exact theory has always has the advantage of understanding the position better. We saw in several games yesterday or day before as well. So some players who were lagging behind in the on time in the opening, because they didn't know opponent's preparation, they were able to find out the correct moves, and after finding out the correct moves, it happened that they had understood the position better because they found the best moves themselves, and then they found it easy to play that position. As it seems, once Lagno had a lot of um, advantage on time, and now it's no longer there.
Yes, absolutely. So we can conclude that black has equalized, and we will wait for the players to make a few more moves before we get back to this game. Let's have a look at the most exciting game of the round, Zujiner versus Nana Dzagnidze. She did take on g5 at
Yeah.
that position.
Yeah,
We left it over
I
here.
thought the bishop was doing nothing and knight was doing good job. So bishop g5 was my first choice, but obviously she has calculated. And I thought knight e4 was possible after bishop g5, because if you took queen into e5, then that nice mate with knight c6 always coming there after
Yes,
bishop g5. Yeah,
after
bishop g5 and knight e4. If you took queen e5, then again knight c6 was always there, and it's yeah.
yes,
So
the knight on c6 covers the d8 square as well as the e7 square. So that's why it does a
yeah.
wonderful job. Wow.
Uh,
The
did she actually play knight e4? Because I think there's some tactics in knight e4 after bishop g5.
Yes, after bishop g5, which was um, Zujiner's choice after thinking for 20 minutes over here,
Okay. So probably some combination is likely to come.
is in the air. Yes, g, and white played knight to e4.
Yes,
Uh,
this is the idea being knight into e4, queen into e4, bishop b7. I think knight into e6 is working.
okay, one moment. Knight e4, queen e4, bishop b7,
I think knight
and
e6 and queen g6 check is probably.
wow, wonderful combination there. And after queen g6, queen f7, we can even take on
Yes, take
f7.
and rook d7 check, and we're going to win the e pawn. And the white king will always be in a mating net because king on g8 is not safe. This position looks like a huge advantage for white, although it's opposite colored bishops, and just a pawn down here. In no time, a second pawn will be lost, e6 or a6. So this could be the idea of knight e4, and probably black won't play knight e4 then, or not play bb7 thereafter. So, but then knight g5 is a threat, so you play.
She played knight to b3. She took the bishop,
Okay.
and after a b3, she has played bishop to e7, defending the g5 pawn. But this doesn't look like a great defense with
Also
the
knight d6 check, and
menacing
yeah,
knight
knight
on
d6
e4,
check, some knight f5 followed by.
and also with the edge pawn not being on the h file anymore. It's on g file. After short castle, the king is never safe. Sorry.
I think she's planning to play queen e5. For example, for rook f1, she must play queen e5. Now, if she castles, then knight f6 check will come. So rook h f1, perhaps
Knight
she wants.
c6.
And now there's no mate on d8, so she could move the queen back to. But
Where will you go?
c7. But I think again queen f3 is a possibility, and it's a
Or even take.
yeah.
And if you
Knight
take,
d6
I
check,
played
yeah.
knight d6.
And
So
king e7 is too risky to play.
sorry. This is over. And
King
after
e7 is
king
also as good as over, I
e7,
think.
knight g5 even, and
Yeah, and
rook
f6
f7.
then.
f6. Wow.
What else? Knight e6. If it's not coming, then I'll get e5.
f6. What if I play queen e4, queen g6?
Queen
Because
e4.
a8 is hanging,
Yeah, queen e4
and bishop b7 will run into
no,
queen
this, yeah,
e6.
this just
So rook
lost.
is.
So I think she's going to be stranded in the center, and well,
Wow, we can see a third win in a row for Zujina.
yeah, I think she took a lot of time there, and she had played bishop g5. So I think she has seen a sequence. I wouldn't say combination, but she has seen a sequence which will lead to a dangerous attack. And yes, the knight d6 check, has it been played?
Yes, knight
Yeah,
d6 has
I
been.
thought this was an obvious move and probably a winning move because
Instead of rook f1, which we were calculating
yeah,
here, knight d6 was
yeah, the
played.
first it was the first choice because the knight goes to different squares after that, and
And black has taken with the queen.
yes,
Black doesn't have much choice, so she
yeah,
has to just go for it.
yeah. So luckily, knight into b5 and knight f5 they failed. I mean, the queen f4 check is there. So probably after king b1, white is left all. Yeah, king b1 castles, knight f5. I mean, king b1 looks a more logical move.
But even knight b5, queen f4, king b1 is fine because we take, and after king f8 we have rook
Yeah, so
d8.
king e7 only move.
So
And
king e7 we
queen
have queen
c5 check.
c5.
And king f6 rook f1 and king e8 queen c6 check. So yeah, so probably knight b5 is strong in the starting position.
Wow. I mean, I think it's a very tough tournament for Nana. She
So
seems
probably
to be.
queen f4 check and short castle is what she will play. It's not particularly bad now because there are no pieces around the king side. So queen f4 check and short castle. Uh, it looks very bad, but
Yeah.
something could go because of the queen e4 possibility at times, so g3 or something. But
And it's equal pawns.
yeah, I'm unable to see immediate win for white here. So perhaps this is playable. Although till we have finished uh, the supporting the a8 rook, nothing can be said. For the g3, queen e4, we don't know what would happen in such moves. The if the rook is attacked with the queen, the rook has no good squares. Rook b8, yeah, okay. But also, instead of knight into b5, perhaps you could have a different way of playing as well. What has happened on the in the board? The queen d6 position.
No, she's still thinking where
Yeah,
to
the
move the knight. So
uh,
this is the current
yeah,
position on
queen
the board.
d6 position. Yeah. So king b1 comes into picture, and some strange possibilities like knight into e6, queen f3. Can it exist?
Knight e6, fe is not
Yeah.
possible because rook is hanging. So queen takes and queen f3. And now the rook is hanging.
So I thought bb7, queen b7, short castle.
Yeah, because rook a7 will run into rook
Yeah.
e1. So bishop b7.
So white can't play rook e1 because the queen is attacked, and queen b7 and short castle. So again, I think black is out of danger. So I think it's time for white to think for a while and make the correct plan because apparently the obvious tactical moves are failing.
Yes, definitely. Can we play king b1 here, or is
Yes,
it
king
too
b1 was
slow?
my safe choice, but it's probably safe, probably slow because black just moves.
Queen b6? What will you play? Because queen f3 is the next move, so maybe queen
Yeah,
b6.
queen b6 and but now queen f3 short castle. Okay, and no queen f3 bb7. No short. So not short here. Queen e3 then no threat. Queen e5 then f6. Queen e5, f6, queen e4, queen e5, short, but
Hmm.
queen e5 short castle perhaps.
Queen e5 short castle.
Yes, nothing great. So perhaps there is no time to play king b1. I think the h4 is going to be slow now.
Also, we must not forget that black always has this idea that after queen e4 she plays short castle, and for
Yeah,
queen e8 she plays bishop b7,
yes,
trapping the queen.
yeah.
So, um, queen b6 and what could be the move here? Knight f5 maybe.
Yeah.
Because short castle will run into knight
Nice,
e6.
mate. Yeah, so knight f5 preventing castling.
Now this pawn
Yes,
cannot
yes.
go back to its.
So knight f5 looks good, threatening knight into g7. And
Sorry, 1 minute. And actually now knight d6 and knight g7
yes,
both are a threat. So king f8, but then this looks
queen
pretty
e3,
bad.
queen e3, queen e3 or something. And queen
Wow.
c7, queen e5,
Wow, what a nice trick.
queen c7, queen e5, threatening
Queen
queen g7.
c5.
Oh, yeah, okay, queen c5 check. Or queen e5, I thought, and attacking
Even
g7
queen e5.
as well. Yeah, okay.
Mm.
So, yeah, king f8, I think we have to rule out with knight on f5. And
Monster knight on f5.
this should be winning now already. So, queen b6, no. In that case, king b1. How about just short castle for king b1? Yeah, still knight f5 and queen c5.
Short castle over here.
No, previous move. Yeah, short castle. And if knight f5, then queen c5. I'm not allowing you e7 square. So, uh, can you
Rook d5.
rook d5, winning the queen? No? Yeah.
No, no, engine doesn't like it at all. Why? Queen c7, is it? Then
Yeah, and then you can't give a check on.
both the rook as well as the knight are hanging. Wow, this is so
Yeah, so
interesting.
queen c5 or queen c7 is possible. Even direct queen c7, but queen c5 looks good then. And maybe knight f5 is not the best move then.
And for I mean, black can always go back queen c7 or queen
Yeah.
a7 and control e7, which is
So,
the main
so instead of knight f5, how about queen f3?
here.
Yeah, so if rook moves, then knight c6 wins some material. And if rook doesn't move, then I'm happy. I'll take the rook. Or knight
But I
b5.
can.
bd7. Yeah, so now bd7 is a very committal move because of knight f5. Your
Yes.
bishop is hanging, but queen c5 still. Uh, or queen f5. Rook d7
Oh,
is
queen
not
f5
dangerous. Yeah,
maybe. Yeah.
rook d7 is not dangerous. So maybe knight into g7. It's not so easy. Knight into g7, but still not big, nothing great. The g5 pawn is guarded, so we are unable to find a win here ourselves.
Oh, they have played so many moves. Let's go to the game.
Yes, yes.
Queen d6 was met with knight into e6.
Yeah, the move we were analyzing, and
But it doesn't work, we thought, right? After
yeah,
queen e6,
I mean it equalizes probably, no?
queen f3, bishop b7 was played, bishop into b7, queen into b7,
Short
and
castle.
black simply castled.
It's
And
roughly equal. White has very minute advantage, which is in a minor piece at least it could be good, but in major piece black is ready with queen g6 and rook c8 to come, and you can't even claim some advantage. Has it happened?
yes, I'm surprised that
so
she played.
did she miss bb7 because she took some time, and I'm sure that position was maybe knight d6 check was not the best move, but somehow white looked very um, much better there after bishop e7.
It would have been a better choice to go for,
Knight
sorry,
d,
knight,
yeah.
even rook hf1 here, like
Yeah,
play
I thought it
slowly.
was more logical, and if castles, then probably direct knight f6 check. So probably knight should work. I'm not analyzing this move.
This move doesn't require any
Yes, yeah.
analysis.
Queen h5 doesn't need
Yes.
anything as well, and the queen h6
Sorry,
excellent.
this
I
is
get it.
easier. Yes, and this would be checkmate. So, yeah, I think rook hf1 would have kept all the advantage for white. Instead, she went for knight d6, which was unnecessary. But even here, knight b5 would have given her some advantage after queen f4, king b1, and short castle. And here knight d6 was an accurate move,
Positional move, yeah. And
not allowing bishop b7, and bishop d7 would run into rook f1, and we go wherever we go with our queen runs into knight f7. We pick up the
yeah,
pawn,
no, this is crushing, yeah.
and
So
even
queen must support the bishop, which is not possible.
yes, queen a4 is unavailable due to the pawn on b3. So knight d6, a very strong move here, and this would have given white an huge advantage, because black is, even though it looks like the king is safe on g8, black has other problems to solve with the pawn on f7, rook on a8, bishop cannot be easily developed, and
Yes,
so
and
on.
the hidden threat is like rook f1 followed by knight into f7, when you can't take rook f7 because of rook d8 check, and so rook f1 is a threat. So f6, or move like f6 loses to knight into c8, or some other option as well. But perhaps f6 knight c8 is just, yeah, but it's not so bad. Probably because the material is equal. So the queen has very limited squares. Did you notice that g3 can put the black queen into some awkward position? Uh, does the bold f6 work here? I really doubt.
Over here,
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to lose the f7 pawn, so I'm moving it to a
but
square.
we can take and
Yeah,
take on
yeah,
e6.
but you, okay, you are a pawn up, okay, but yeah, and also h4 sometimes, g4 followed by h4.
Oh, Judith Polgar style.
Yeah, I mean, after knight into e6 and queen e6 check, and then perhaps g4. But I don't believe in much attack in that position. Rook a8, and I probably take all the pawns. So yeah, here game is not going to end by attack in my opinion. So attack c2 or something.
Oops. Yeah, I think this was a huge miss by Zujiner. So already she has got many winning chances in this game.
In
We
this
must
game,
not.
surprisingly, bishop into e6 twice in the opening, and probably knight d6 check a bit premature to play.
Already here it was possible to go for bishop takes. We did not like the move queen c7. Ninth move by Nana. It allows bishop takes, pawn takes, knight e6, an unexpected piece sack, which leads to a very difficult position for black after white sacrifices a piece for 3 pawns.
And the main point is after queen c6, knight d5, you can't take on d5 or e4 because of queen h5 made a slight difference made because of the h6 move, and perhaps h6 and h6 followed by knight bd7 and queen c7 doesn't look like a good continuation, because with pawn on h7 black's position was probably the standard position. For knight bd7 nobody plays bishop c4, and there's a variation bishop c4 queen c7 bb3, but no bishop e6 in that position. And now here bishop e6 is possible, so queen e2, okay.
And even here she had a chance.
Yes, it doesn't, I mean the b5 move doesn't add to anything.
Even here she could have gone for the similar idea with bishop e6, take knight e6, and even though after queen a5 we don't have knight f8, rook f8, and queen d6, because the queen has moved to e2, we have e5,
Yeah.
dislodging the knight on e5, f6, and because of the pawn on e5 b5, this pawn is not hanging anymore, and we can play queen h5 once the knight moves, and checkmate. So these were two opportunities, big opportunities, that white missed earlier in the game
Very early in the game, rather.
after ninth and 10th move.
Yes.
Yes, game could have been over by 15
Yeah,
moves.
yeah, in fact, if this was a position, say, 50 years back in the women's championship, they would have quickly played bishop into e6. I don't know, computer gives some, I mean, it's also creates some doubts about the natural moves which work, because I'm sure that nobody expects to get a winning position in 9 moves now, and that's a type of probability which prevented her from playing bishop into e6. I'm sure that in women's candidates or other tournaments, interzonal, 40 years back, 50 years back, they would have quickly played bishop into e6, and they would won quickly. So somehow these today's players are much stronger, but then they're worried about opponent's preparation. What does the engine say? Why is my opponent allowing this? Does engine have a hidden defense? So it's also possible. Or perhaps the somewhere the engine suggests the move, so originality could be hampered. It's not impossibility if you depend too much on engine, and if you take if you choose the moves which are selected by the engine, then very often we don't know the idea of that. So if you are preparing with the help of engine, make sure that you play the moves which you like and check their accuracy with engine rather than playing the engine moves, because you won't understand engine moves. Nobody understands, and you won't be able. The follow up won't be correct.
Very well put, Praveenji. And that brings me to a question, which is the quickest game you have won? Do you remember it, and how many moves did it take?
Uh,
Tournament game.
I haven't been very lucky to have won in 6 or 7 moves, I think. In friendly games, I won with F3 G4 and F3 E5 G4 Queen H4 mate. But
Really?
yeah, but that's fun. But in the tournament, I think shortest win was only 15
All right.
uh, moves in British Championship. I think 1982 or 83 against Waddingham as a boy, young boy. In those days, boys of 13 and 14 weren't really strong. That was probably his first tournament, first British Championship. So he played badly, but I think that's the shortest game. 15 move, not a particularly short game, I think.
Wow. So bishop b3 would have really quickened white's win here. A bishop into e6 would have quickened white's win here, but bishop b3 was played instead. A missed chance for Zhu, but Nana plays knight c5 here, and Zhu lashes in the center with e5, also giving her an advantage as we understand. And after knight h7, long castle, knight g5, an accurate decision here
Yes,
to
bishop
take.
g5. That was, I think, for those who have played Sicilian with white side open Sicilian, for them it's a natural decision because f7 has to be attacked when you open the f file, and bishop and h4 has no uh, good prospects because of the e5 pawn. So I think we are going to do away with that knight. That's a logical decision. And knight e4 was a big decision because you had to see that tactic with knight into e6. So knight e4, queen e4, bb7, knight into e6 would come.
Yes, this was important to be spotted earlier, and uh, definitely Zhu doesn't miss these kind of
Yeah.
tactics. But what she missed instead was knight takes, pawn takes, bishop e7, and over here it was not necessary to play knight d6 immediately. She could have improved her position with rook h f1, bringing one more piece into the attack, and short castle here would be a disaster because of knight f6 and queen h5, queen h6, sorry, checkmate. So uh, black would be still suffering while white had improved her position
Yes, and because after rook hf1 knight d6 check is a very
better.
huge threat because black doesn't have a recourse of queen f4 check. So black would probably have to take on e5 anyway, but then knight c6 uh, puts everything in trouble. The a8 hanging rook and f7 pawn. It looks like a end of the game. Queen c7, bishop knight into e7, and the knight lands at d6 or g5. Okay, you want to play it at g5. Even knight d6 was, I think, equally good. Probably, I don't know, but if you can take the pawn free, then why not? So knight g5 and f6, and I think some smash.
We saw queen
Queen e4,
e4
yeah,
here
queen e4 and queen g6.
and
Okay,
queen g6.
yes, and it's mid in 11, as I jokingly say. When you see black is going to get mated, but you can't figure out the number of moves, then I just tell master, oh, it's mid in 11, and they start calculating.
Hilarious. So knight d6 was not necessary, but still gave white an advantage had white found a right continuation after bishop d6, pawn takes, and queen d6. And here it was important to take the knight to b5, picking up a
Yes.
pawn, and allow the check on f4, king b1, short castle, and here she had to find the move knight d6. She probably misjudged just this position.
I think she just discarded his position because she was thinking of kingside attack, and there's no kingside attack, and suddenly you are shifting to a positional game where you want to win a pawn and play a position where you are a pawn up in queen and rook ending. So probably the mental makeup is okay. Knight b5 castle, and black is okay, which is in the terms of black is not getting mated, but black is okay is different. And yeah, but this was a difficult choice anyway, even if she saw, because she wouldn't want to play that. She was playing for kingside attack and knight into e6. I think she missed the move bb3, so she thought knight into e6 and queen f bb7 and castle. So knight into e6, bishop is a queen f3, queen e6, queen f3 looks strong, but bb7 and castle is forced.
Giving the bishop up
back,
for
yeah.
free, but we have already sacrificed a knight, so black simply gives back the one material and castles, and now the pawns are equal. King is safe. There are no minor pieces left on the board to create any more problems for black. Black is fine. Yeah, she
It's,
has equalized.
it's completely equalized, I would say. And draw is a more likely outcome, and no more knight sacrifices because there were no knights on the game in the game.
No, no jumps at all. So rook h1 was played, queen h6, king b1.
Queen h6,
Um,
okay. Queen g6, I thought, and rook c8 more logical, but queen h6,
does
okay.
she want to take the pawn?
I'm sure she
It's too
doesn't.
much,
I'm
yeah?
sure she doesn't. It's quite risky.
Yeah.
Or maybe even queen e4 first for white, no? For but then you have
Sorry, not here, but
queen
here.
into h2, yeah. Queen into h2. No, I disapprove. I don't know. I'm not calculating that move, but queen into h2 generally should not be played.
It looks bad, but we are not able to refute it immediately
Yeah,
because
because
of,
queen e4 is not coming so easily.
or even
But g3 or something.
rook d3 maybe, but g4.
Yeah, so instead of how about g3 sacrifice? You'll move the queen somewhere else. Yeah, probably. So I can't really. Yeah, queen. You'll keep the queen on f5 or g6. Yeah, but I don't know. Rook d5 or rook h2. Rook h2. Rook b8. Rook doubles f6. Yeah. If rook a b8, then rook doubles.
Oh, this is probably just over then. Rook h5 is rook h3 maybe, because g4 rook h4,
yeah, and
and
rook
now
double.
we
Yeah.
have rook doubles.
And you have to create square for the king with g5. So after that,
Yeah, this is just terrible.
yes, and king g7 rook doubles and
Queen d5 maybe.
yeah, rook doubles is rook h8. There's nothing happening actually. Now it's time to attack the d5, g5,
g5,
g5 pawn.
rook
Queen,
d5.
no, queen e7. I think pinning the f6 pawn may be better. No, queen e7.
Oh, king g6,
Yes,
sorry.
the previous move queen e7.
And king g6, rook d6.
Or
Wow.
is it coming? No,
Oh, sorry.
rook doubles there because now you don't have rook h8. No,
Right, and rook h6. Yes.
and rook e8. I think rook h6 check. King g7, rook h7 check. I'm not analyzed this, but there has to be no. Maybe rook h. Yes, surprisingly no checkmate.
Wait, here the computer did not like our move, so let's think. Can we take any material here? No. Rook g5, queen g5, and we don't have any continuation. So we cannot even give check because queen controls it. So let's go back to c5. Okay, still not such a good move.
I don't know if they should. There could be a forced win, but not easy to see for sure.
Let's go back queen c5 and see rook e5 we cannot play because f8 is hanging. So what will black play? Queen e5.
And then rook h6 check, always king g7, rook h7 check, always king g8. So then queen into, yeah, and king g8, then rook h, queen into no, yeah, still rook h8 check, king g7.
But this looks just bad. Maybe queen f2 or queen c6 here, but rook e6.
Yeah, strange.
It's a very, very unusual defensive pattern with g4 and g5. We are not
perhaps
sure.
I think the queen e7 looked good. I think we missed something at queen e7 perhaps, but
Queen e6 was played. Sorry, queen f3 we took short castle, and here we are calculating if black can take.
I'm sure she will not capture queen into h2. I think now she's in a comfortable position. I don't know why she played queen h6 actually. Queen g6 and rook c8 look so natural.
Or she even might, because she's actually would be very happy to win a game. She has not yet won a game, Nana. And from tournament standings point of view, she needs to take some risks in order to have a chance at coming in top places in this Grand Prix. We must not forget that the Grand Prix also has wonderful prizes. Can we have the stats with the prizes on the screen? So the first prize is of 15,000 euro for each event of the Grand Prix. So over here as well, we have the first prize of 15,000 euros, massive prize amount of motivation for all the players, and the total prize fund for each event is 80,000 euros. There is also an additional prize fund of 80,000 euros for the cumulative rankings of the players, with the top 8 finishers getting a share of this prize fund. The first prize for the cumulative winner of the Grand Prix is not only a qualification to the candidates tournament but also a prize of 20,000 euros.
Yes, and it's big money even if
Yes.
you are second or third. So I think a lot of motivation. They're all very strong players, and they're strong because they know they always play well in important tournaments. I think my belief is that everybody can't be in good form in all the tournaments. So the more successful ones are the ones who are able to play their best in important tournaments and not so good in not so important tournaments.
Or some players like Carlsen play well in all the tournaments.
Yes, that's I think a phenomenal play. Or sometimes Karpov in the 70s when he won all the tournaments he played in general. But yeah, even Kasparov didn't had that feat in the 80s probably, but in not in 90s. So
Wow.
yeah,
So
let's
king b1, and black has not yet taken on h2. So that's the reason I was calculating queen h2, because if you are
yeah.
desperate to win, then you might as well pick up some material and defend your king. You have done that so far.
I think quite a yeah, Queen has to look at one, and we do it as a practical decision, but it's very um, risky because there
Too
could be
risky.
too risky because you are opening the file which is already half open. So you know if we had a pawn on H file, then it wasn't so risky. But you have fully opened the file, which means that when a mate threat come, even if when your queen is attacked, white could give a mate threat by doubling the rooks. So that is what it makes dangerous. We have already have a rook on H1 then, and perhaps queen H2 is a possibility.
Black played g4 here, more logical, not allowing any
Yeah,
kind of g4 for white.
but black is not organizing attack against C2. I don't know what if white just plays H3, trying to open up the game. So after G8, I just want to start attacking G7 perhaps. So was it wise to play Queen H6 and G4? I thought it was simple to play Queen G6 and Rook AC8 and triple in the C line and double in the C line, and you would be safe. Unless she's playing for a win, of course, then she has to try to grab the pawns on H2, and G4 restricts the H pawn, so she probably wants to stick. How about attacking the G4 itself? What does she plan for a move like Rook D4? Maybe defense with the queen probably. I don't know, but nobody likes to play f5 with the rooks now in the fourth rank. Say if you play queen g6, I just double. Nobody likes to play f5. I'm sure. Yeah, and maybe it's artificial, but queen d5 check and yeah, maybe rook e7 also. Somehow not comfortable. Engine can defend this position because I can't triple. You are exchanging my rook, and if I play rook c7, how do you challenge me? Yeah, how do you? I don't know. It's my yeah. Maybe just rook f7, a6 pawn. But I think yeah, there is some play here. Yeah, it's not a simplified position, or it's not a. Some people, many times players think that minor pieces are exchanged, so the games are going to end in draw. It's not so because both sides have majority on different sides, and both sides have weak pawns, and probably black dare not take the h2 pawn immediately, but black can create counterplay. Since one pair of rooks has been exchanged, it's safe for white to capture queen into a6. If there are two rooks, then black would have tried rook a8 and checkmate. So again, white takes the pawn after one rook has been exchanged. So which we are reluctant to play with, and black didn't play queen into a2 because there are two rooks and rook h1 was coming. So I think complex position, but probably not as complex as surprise moves. All you have to do is probably play actively. Rook shouldn't be in passive positions. And yeah, here f3 will give a good counterplay. So although f5 looks weakening, it helps you to get f4 and counterplay. So perhaps the attempt to exploit g4 directly may not work. So yeah, after some exchanges, because I think next time we see some exchanges will take place, or at least the rook moves will be made, and there is some clear targets. Because players have to choose the targets now, whether to attack g4 or to attack a6. Black will try to target c2, and in a few moves, both the sides will make their plans clear, and then will be in a position to understand more about the position. So let's come to this position after say uh, 10 minutes or so, while we see the other games, and then we really have a clearer picture of this position. Now most of the games are going to be the positions are going to be clarified very soon, because we are in the uh, third hour, later part of the third hour. We could be in fourth hour very soon. So the action is now going to take place in all the games.
Wow, wonderful. Also, we are now looking at Bibisara's game versus Polina Shuvalova. Polina Shuvalova, white. Oh my God, what has happened? Let's just go back. So many changes have happened in this position after knight at 6 g4,
Yeah,
and
isn't White simply winning in this position? I thought White was just winning here.
let's go
King
and have a
H8, King
look.
H8. We stopped here at King H8.
So king h8 was met with bishop to d3.
Bishop E3 was more logical. Yeah, also, but okay.
Bish-
Perhaps,
Bishop d3 also I
yeah,
thought
it's
made
fine. Yeah,
sense. Anyway, for c5 which was played, have d6.
yeah. Again, that because Knight G8. Yeah, Bishop D3 is better actually, because we intend to play Queen E2. Sorry, we discussed that also. D, F, E, Queen C7. We have Queen E2, and because the knight is hanging subsequently, so we don't need to guard it. So
So black played e6 here.
okay.
Desperate attempt. She has to do
Yeah,
something.
this is the best move because you are opening against opponent's king. But yes, I think capturing I don't know, d into e6 looks logical, but then you have to do something about d into e6, and e into d6 may encourage black to play e5 or some sharp moves. And
Because we must not forget about our own king.
yeah, but f into e5 looks okay here, but because you can't take again h6 is hanging, but from where queen h4 check is coming, rook
Rook
into, or
f3
even knight into e5 and knight into e5 queen h4 check was also. This is bad for
in d6.
yeah, queen d6
Oh.
probably no.
With every move, the evaluation is
Yeah, no here
fluctuating. Maybe here
queen
queen
h4
h4, sorry, and king d1.
and bishop into g4 I think,
Oh no, bishop g4 is just
and the
killing.
rook is coming to d8 if required, but king c2 bf5, so we don't need the rook now to get into attack. So e6 is the correct move, and well, but I still prefer white. And can actually white try to castle king side or something
Let's have a
for
look.
e6?
e6 white. What did white play? White took on d6
Yeah,
with the pawn.
okay. Is castle okay here?
Castle is fine, I think,
Because
because
we maintain. I just want to play queen e2 and hold the pawns on e5 and d5.
castle would have been a good move because we safeguard our king
Yeah, and we are not
from
worried.
any
Yeah,
kind of.
and I'm going to play queen e2 next. So my pawns are safe. What I mean is my pawns are on e5 and d5 stay safe, and if my pawns in enemy territory are safe, then enemy is not safe.
Can black take on d5? We take and then take on e5.
Yeah,
We
and take
take.
on e5 perhaps. Also knight into e5, knight into e5, bishop into e5, bishop h6, queen h4. Now it becomes tactical. We don't know if it's working. Queen h4 and
Queen e1. Queen e1.
queen e1, and white
We
wins.
pick up the bishop.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
but
but
bishop
bd4 check
d4.
and queen h6. So queen e1 is not there. Ah, b3. Okay, rook e8, bd4 check. Okay. So rook e8. Anyway, the queen is hanging, so rook e8 doesn't come in play. Oh, so this is white is
But it
queen
says equal.
queen into h3. I have compensation. I think
Now
bishop into g4, queen g4 check, and I'm only a piece down for I don't know how many pawns. Uh, I already have two pawns. I'm attacking your knight. Yeah, but you take g4. Then you are allowing a
play
direct
this,
perpetual
then
check.
we have knight e4.
But I force you to take on d4 with f6.
Rook f6.
Oh, there's no queen g3 check. Sorry. Yeah. Queen g4 check.
King f1, not king f2 because queen h4. So king f1.
Queen h3 check. You can't go to h4 again. Queen h3 check. King e1, then queen h4 check. So king e2, you are allowing bishop check.
This is risky.
Yeah, bishop. Because I can even take rook into f6. There's no risk in my position that way. And I can take dc3 check if you give.
Yes. Let's just show it, and you can even
Yeah,
take
if,
and
or play
like
direct king
if
g8 and
necessary.
yeah. So no, I think it's a. I was wondering if the sacrifice works because in castle it's perhaps possible. I don't know. What is the move played actually?
Wow. So this was very interesting. Short castle was an interesting move, but queen. This was not played. White took on d6 with the pawn after thinking. We don't know. I think she thought for about 13 minutes here, and black played knight to b6 with 51 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, trying to take back the pawn on d6, and now I don't know. EF will give black a dangerous attack, but a strategically bad position because somehow I think white is in a white has played a very risky move. You will have a protected pass pawn on d5 and c4 because you are eliminating the e pawn, but it's a terrible king position that you will have. She is going to play ef, I think, and well, you have a great pawn structure, but how about I mean, does she want to play for ef5 g5 or something?
Probably.
Yeah, but queen d6 and queen g3 check. I don't know. Pawn to knight. It's still yeah. Also
This look.
f6 break is coming next. D6 is going.
But we'll
Okay.
support it.
Okay, and okay,
Oh, this is so.
yeah. Now it's a bind. So that's why I was wanting to abandon knight on h6. I didn't want to. I was trying to play queen d6 there actually instead of knight g8. So f5 has a settle point, and if queen d6 is not working for g5, then I can't play ef5. So ef5 g5. If I can't play queen d6, I'm in a bad position. And queen d6, pawn into knight, queen g3 check, nothing. No king d2 itself, and bishop into pawn check, king c2.
King d2. Wow. Yes.
King
Why
c.
not
Yeah,
go
now
to the
it's just
queen's
lost.
side?
Yeah. So yeah, in that case, f5 looks like an interesting move because the obvious gap ed may have to be played then, but then you have to worry about f6 sometime, f6 and g5 forking. Again, white king is too weak and allowing checks. So I don't like white actually. ed5 may be the accurate move. Even queen d6 directly comes into picture. No, it's just on g3.
Yeah, there are so many possibilities. Here, queen d6 also. Actually, even gf5 comes into picture. ed5 comes into
Yes,
picture.
ed5 and queen d6.
ef5,
ef5 I think was a risky which was yeah queen
queen
d.
d6. But queen d6, knight d4, I think.
Ah,
Because
okay, queen g3 stopped and black is losing here. Yeah. No, no,
and f6.
no, it's I mean you don't even have to play f6. It's just lost position now. So okay,
So
so
queen
here
d6 is ruled out. ef5 is ruled out because of g5.
yeah
Queen d6 is ruled out because of knight e4. ed5 is what was played in the game, so
yes
we'll see.
yeah
And can we take gf5 now?
gf5
gf5, pawn g5 anyway, and knight g8. And now if we play bishop f4, she plays e5. That's the point.
and knight into e5 rook e8 or something wins a piece. No?
Yes.
And
This
queen e2 threatening knight f7 mate. So
oh,
let's go back, but somehow
can we play bishop e5 and f6?
and pawn into
Queen
pawn.
f6.
No,
Oh
queen,
no,
no, queen
sorry.
f6 is not coming.
Knight f6.
But are you winning this piece? No.
Oh no, bishop
Bishop into knight
f6.
check.
Sorry.
So pawn into pawn. What are you doing? f7 is a threat. Knight d7 for okay gf6 knight d7. Let's see gf6 knight d7 in that position. Queen e2, bishop e5.
This is a lot of fun.
f6 gf6 knight d7, gf6 knight d7,
f7.
rook e5.
Oh, there is no f8 because
Yeah, fg8, queen g8, knight bishop e4. But I'll be a piece up, no?
yeah. Well, even though white managed to make a new queen, black is winning.
Yeah. No, I preferred bishop e4 not to lose the tempo. At least, yeah, but queen g3 check also spoils everything. Instead of fe even queen g3 check first, when you are going into, uh, I mean, why not spoil the castle and then take the bishop? So you are a piece up and no compensation. So suddenly black
But
is,
this looks like compensation, no?
I don't know, queen d3. Yeah, that's
Oh,
true. That,
right.
but even in endgame, I don't know. Queen d3, rook f7 is very awkward. Knight is not moving and king is not moving. So endgame is not in black's interest. So,
This would have been a very interesting game, but this is not how
no,
the game
GF5,
panned
I
out.
think, yeah, GF5, I don't, I mean, I don't think any people would prefer that move. It's possible perhaps, but ED5 looks good and white must be slightly better after ED5.
Yes. White took, black took e into d5 here. Sorry, let's go to the game. Yes, e d5, bishop f4, and protecting d6. And here dc is not possible because of bishop c2. What? And knight d4 maybe. This is so complicated. It's
Yes,
very
actually,
difficult to
yeah,
understand.
generally a typical tactical nuance that could come was with f6 some piece could go, queen d2 followed by rook a. I think all white pieces are ready to attack. And yeah,
So
so
bishop f4, a good move by white,
yes, we have
maintaining the
perfect
pawn on
perfect move. Yeah, I think.
d6,
And
knight c4. So if we had taken, then white would have taken queen d6. That is the problem.
then white is not in a good position. So bishop f4.
So white plays bishop f4 after e d5, and here queen d6 would lose to knight e4 and f6. So
Yes.
these are some differences. Both the positions are completely different. After queen d6, here knight e4, rook e8, and the knight is bit. Sorry.
And probably a sacrifice on e4 will. Yeah, king f2. It's still.
Even this is complicated.
Yes, it's
Maybe
still.
take, yeah.
Mm. But it's possible that for the exchange sacrifice, black will get some initiative. So
So it was important to play bishop f4, a very
yes,
accurate move. We should give it a good move, I think.
yeah.
And black played knight into c4.
The idea being that after bishop into c4, the f5 point is weak, so perhaps black will get out of those uh, funny king side piece structure.
So white took on c4 makes
Yes,
sense.
yeah.
And here she played f6, giving up a third pawn. How many pawns has she given up? One, black,
Yes, she will be
two
two
pawns
pawns
down.
down, yeah.
Uh,
And of course, she is aiming at winning a piece, which is not happening. So queen into f6, g5 is not her idea.
Queen
Uh,
f6, g5 wouldn't work
Bishop is
because
hanging.
f4 is
So
hanging.
bishop e5,
Queen
yeah,
d2 is
queen
her
d2
idea.
is the idea. And in case of knight g8, I don't know what does she want to. Perhaps just castle. And but
Short,
yeah,
long castle.
long castle. I mean, or short castle actually makes sense.
But even long castle is fine. I think both the castles work.
But short castle better because your rook is already on f1. Your king is actually weak on c1 compared to g1.
So, because of this diagonal, that's what he means. So the king on c1 will come under attack. And okay, so let's see at what black did for for f6. She took, white played queen d2. Very interesting play by both the sides, and black
Okay,
gave a
yes.
check
Check
with
first,
rook
yes, yeah.
e8. King f2 was played, knight to g8, and now the rook comes to e1 even. The queen d4 is not possible. Also queen h4 is controlled with this beautiful knight. So let's
But is
show
black
it.
better now after bishop d7 or something? Is bishop e5 a threat?
G5 is also a threat, no? Knight d5 is okay. We have so many options.
Yeah,
Let's
no,
just
knight
have a
d5, I'm
look.
just going to take
B2.
queen into b2. And
Yes.
in case of bishop e5, I don't know. I have to play rook e5. Rook e5, is it working? And
Bishop
c6,
c6.
and perhaps winning some material.
Knight e4 I always have, but knight e4 I always have, no?
Okay, so yeah, so
Or knight d5.
is bishop e5 a threat? Because then I can't play bd7. Then I could be in bad position. So I shouldn't be playing bd7 if there is a threat. So what do I do then? Perhaps if bishop e5
Oh,
is
here bishop g5 traps the
or trap
queen.
the queen, sorry, yeah. So here bd7 is not possible and e8 is under attack. So what does she do now?
Wow, this position is completely crazy.
Yeah,
And she has played queen to d8.
forced to save both the rook and the queen. We just missed bishop g5. I don't know how good thinking of bishop e5, but yeah. So everything under control.
So white played knight g5. Okay, white played knight g5, and suddenly it shows the eval bar we see has dropped to equal. But we will see what's the problem.
Yeah, knight d5 was perhaps a move. Knight e4 was a move, I think.
Or
Good
I
move.
was thinking of rook e8 and rook
Yes,
e1.
yes, and you improve the position, and then you get knight e4 or uh,
She doesn't like bishop e6.
knight g5 now, or but then yeah, it's still complex. Knight g5,
Bishop d4 maybe.
yeah, king g3,
It's
but no, maybe knight g5 is not good. Why allow your opponent's piece? Maybe knight d5 was possible there, threatening knight c7.
this is nice.
I want to keep a knight on f3 and exchange that c3 knight for the e6 bishop, so
This is
I have
nice.
some attack. Because once you have pawn on e6, then my bishop e5 move could be strong. If you take my knight, would be on e5, and then d7 could come. The outpost on e5 for a knight is very strong if black has to play f6 anytime.
So, what did white play instead? White played knight to g5, and what's the defense for rook, knight into f7, rook f8? Because
Wow, great move, rook f8. I think bishop e6, rook e6 is finish.
okay, let's just show that bishop e6 would be an epic blunder because of rook takes e6, and we remove the support of the f7 point. It's not the pawn that counts, but the queen and actually the king itself.
Yes, but I think black is lucky to uh, get mated because the queen is saved.
But bishop e6 would not
Yeah.
be played here.
But queen d7 also loses to rook e8, I think, no?
Rook e7 maybe.
Rook e7 and
Oh no.
knight into rook.
Knight
Are you winning after
yeah,
knight f7 check
no,
now?
I'm not.
Yeah. So I thought rook e8 was probably, and then no rook e1, your own idea. With
Another
knight
rook.
g5 already gained. So
Oh no. Why am I giving
no,
it up?
d7 free.
Ah,
Oh, sorry, bd4 check. d7, bd4 check. Queen into d4. No, pawn into d4. Yeah, so
Can we play queen d5?
yes, threatening d7 and threatening knight f7.
Easiest.
Yes, and I don't know, but it's lost.
It looks bad only for
Yeah,
black.
yeah. No, rook f8 is a great move, I think, because a move before she was required to give rook e8 check, and now she comes back rook f8. Yeah. So
Unexpected defense.
yeah.
We didn't see that coming.
Yes.
The-
Apparently she's okay now.
Yeah.
Although she has problems, yeah, queen d5 good move because can't develop the bishop and f7 is under attack. Still, she has to give up this pawn. But again, that bishop on f4 is hanging. So rook into e6, pawn into e6, knight into e6, queen h. I don't know. But I don't think it's any longer good for white. I mean, I think black is winning probably here. Black is rook f4 check or such move also, or
Queen h4, king g2, yes?
yeah. But still black is better. No. Now it's white is better. I think I don't believe that king on f2 position. Let's look at this. Probably rook into f4 and no rook into f1. Knight into f4. That's fine. Now queen f3. Is a piece lost?
No, we can always play king g3, no?
King g3 and you're threatening knight.
Rook
Rook
e8.
d8 then knight e4. Rook e8. No threat, but no rook e8. So even d7. What
Or
threat?
knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4. Knight e4 queen. Yeah. Let's go back to last move queen f6. Perhaps rook.
Or rook f1 maybe. This is so complicated. This
Yeah,
game is very, very complicated, and it's difficult to
but after
understand.
bishop e6, what to play here? Then it's
Queen c5 can we take? Take the pawn.
yeah, okay. Not open the f line. against the
That is
Virgin.
actually what she played. Queen
Okay.
c5.
So perhaps she may play king g3 or king
And
somewhere.
we are
And
preventing bishop d4 ideas.
yes, completely.
Think that's useful.
And rook c8 tempo probably doesn't matter much.
Sorry. Oh my god. This.
Ah,
Let's go back.
they have really played very sharp then. If that was the position.
Queen c5 was played. Black played rook to c8.
So queen into a7 and
Uh,
then
White took the a pawn as well, and black played bishop to d7. What could be the idea? Just to save the bishop.
no bishop c6 I think she wants to play. And then queen f6 and so king g3.
King g3 makes sense. You want to keep the king on g3,
Yeah.
but the eval bar has dropped once more. Let's see what black played in return. Black played bishop to c6, rook f1 was expected, but she played rook to
h2.
h2. Rook to h2, an unexpected move.
No, h6 and g5 can be a threat, no, because the king has to come back to f2. What I don't know, but it's
No, also
bishop
d6.
d6 goes there, so queen d6 check and bishop. See, after h6 g5, queen d6, the king has to come to f2, which means the rook on h2 can be hanging.
Oh, this is her idea that after
Okay.
h6 she wants to play
Yeah,
h4.
because she can't play knight f3 g5, bishop e3 queen. But king comes back to f2 is very dangerous. So, okay, she is challenging you to take the knight.
Queen d7 was played.
Suddenly the g4 point has been weakened, so h5 now. How will you guard g4 point after I play h5 next?
The
You have to
queen f2.
start bringing the queen quickly. But where? Queen f2 h5, queen e2 rook e8 and queen d1. Okay, g8 queen e2, knight f6. I don't know, black is
No, black is good actually.
strong
Black is
attack.
doing well. And knight c e4 played with the idea to play knight f2
Okay,
in case
guarding.
of
Okay, yeah.
any issues with the g point. h5 played take. Oh,
Not pawn takes pawn, bringing the knight in game. Wow, this is.
knight f2
Yeah.
and knight h6 was also possible, but knight h6.
Yes, I think we have been dogmatic in recapturing. Knight h6 certain knight f5, and probably in the golden era they would have played knight h6 immediately. I think we have played a dogmatic move. Sorry, viewers. Knight h6 makes sense. Yeah, now queen g4, knight f5. I mean, it's close to winning now.
It looks winning for black now
Yeah,
after
clearly. I mean,
queen h4. But black also has to be precise here, because black can are there any blunders waiting to happen? For example, can I play knight g4 or is it too much?
knight g4 it doesn't look like doesn't threaten much. But I was worried about direct is f5 or such more possible directly because of after king g1
Oh, or maybe I can even give a check, because rook g2 will
is
fail
not possible.
to
Yeah,
queen f4,
and
and bishop g3 looks very shaky.
always f5.
Knight f5.
Yeah, all f5 should also win a piece. No.
f5.
You are rook f4. Sorry, f5. You are rook f4. Queen h5.
Oh,
still.
my queen is
Yeah,
trapped.
queen h5, rook h4. Yeah.
Oops.
So instead of f5, knight f5, and then rook f4, just queen h5, and
And now there is no rook h4. This is the difference, because the knight covers the h4 square.
knight into g3 is a threat which cannot be defended against. Rook moving the bishop to. No, it's what is the material deficit? Hard bd4 check. We are forgetting knight f5 threatens bd4 check, which so far the queen was attacked, so we couldn't play that. But
Their game has turned completely in Bibisara's favor, with after knight h6, rook f2, rook rook c e8.
she didn't play.
Bibisara.
She didn't play queen g4 check.
What? Yes. She did not play queen g4 check, but played the rook from c8 to e8.
Okay.
How much time did she take here? She took only 1.5 minutes to make this decision.
And she didn't play queen g4 check. Okay.
This is very surprising. Bibisara there with her lucky shirt. We must point out that she's been wearing this shirt for all the rounds. I think maybe she has the same shirt in like same style, in the same style, different shirts. But she's been wearing the same one since round 1, and she's been winning a lot of games since
I mean,
round
she has
1.
lot of. I mean, the accuracy of her tactics is amazing.
To play rook c8 here requires a lot of precision.
No,
Something
I'm sure Queen G4 is better than Rook C8, or is Rook C8 better? I don't know. Queen G4 seems to be.
completely unexpected move rook c8. We thought queen g4 was the most
Yeah,
natural move
but
here.
actually Queen G4 can't be stopped, so she wants to bring in one more piece. While Queen G4 and taking on E4 becomes a threat now.
So let's see. Polina is also short on time. Rook c e8. Polina plays
Oh,
h takes
now Queen G4
g6.
is going to matter, I think.
And black takes
Oh,
on g6. She does
okay.
not give
So
the
now
check.
White loses all the pieces. Queen G4 and Rook F4 and E4. So at least two pieces will go now, F4 and E4.
Wow.
So Queen E3 is not possible because of Knight F5 check. So how do you come back to defend the pieces? Your pieces are not supported with pawns and they are going to fall one after another. Queen G4 check, Rook F4, then the hanging E4 will go. I think it must be a completely winning advantage.
Wow. Because all the pawns were sacrificed in the opening.
To expose black's king, no, but to block black's pieces, and the black's pieces have not been blocked at all. I think ED6 was a sort of. But it's a wild game. You can never know.
It's very difficult to take these decisions over the board, especially with so many possibilities, right?
Yes, and perhaps with
Would
her
have.
fantastic tactical vision, perhaps she is able to play, or maybe she has got a lot of courage, so she plays the moves which otherwise are very difficult to play.
Oh, and Polina has resigned.
Yeah, I
We
think.
see a
Yeah,
result.
yeah, at least two pieces are going. At least, yeah, she's losing two pieces now, at least.
Polina has resigned and Bibi Sara there with another win. Yesterday she won with Harika.
Oh,
The
yeah.
day before yesterday she had lost to Goryachkina, but the previous two rounds as well she had won against Nino Batsiashvili and Vaishali. So Bibi Sara on 4 out of 5 points right
And
now.
the tactical strength she displays, I think it's at the topmost level, I would say. Such a um, well, then she's still a junior. So
Yes, absolutely. And
yes,
there
perhaps
we see Bibi Sara just very calm and no reaction, not much reaction from the players. We did see Shuvalova looking very disappointed. Okay, so
with
great
such
game.
tactical vision, I think she's likely to outplay several of her opponents. But she lost one game quite.
She blundered a pawn in
Yeah,
the um, pretty pretty easily, we would say. We
yeah,
don't want
simple
to
one.
use these terms for our elite players, but still it was a very unexpected blunder.
Yeah, sometimes they do blunder. And
Yes.
here I think White went on for this pawns grabbing Queen C5. The queen never came back. And
Let's do a quick roundup. We also have a result.
yeah, I'm still trying to understand. You have another result?
We
Okay.
also have a result on the
Okay.
Lano versus Nino
Okay.
board. They have drawn their game. I think the Bibisara game itself took so much time that these girls already made a draw and have
Yes, I
finished.
think a fortress. So Black gave up a pawn. Good play by Black because I think the opening wasn't. Opening was a surprise. No, she was lagging behind in time in the opening, and yet she has given up a pawn, and a bad bishop has drawn against good bishop by way of a fortress.
Yes, let's just do a quick roundup of this game before we move on to the other two games because
Mm,
they must be heading under to time pressure.
yeah.
So Lano opened with e4 and Nino answered with the Archangel's variation of the Spanish opening, and Lano played uh, the bishop c2 and d5, and here on the 8th move Lano played a very aggressive system with d4 forcing d into e4, and after this we felt Lano was the better prepared player after d takes
Yeah, because
on
there are
e5.
various options here, knight e5, dc5, and she played knight b d2, which is probably unexpected option.
No,
So
she played d takes on
she
e5,
plays on e5, yeah. So yeah, with the
and
pawn, not with the knight, yeah.
then they exchange both the knights, but not in the most typical manner, with the pawns being on f3 and f6. But here it was important for black to take on d1 first, which was not played by Nino, but she played pawn takes knight, and after pawn takes knight by white, queen takes queen was met with bishop takes queen, not losing any time to regroup. After pawn takes g2, white doesn't take but goes rook
Rook
e1.
e1 check. Yeah, and I think white has slight edge here, and black needs to be very accurately play very accurately. Bishop d7 again, not bishop b7 because it will run into a pin.
And
And
here again we felt that white
yes,
had chances.
yeah, but rook e8 looked like a forced move because to get it out of the diagonal and remove only active piece of, I mean, the a1 rook is bad, so removing this knight. And now I think she is probably after this move. I think she sensed that she was out of the worst.
Yes, and I think after this, as Praveenji put it, rook takes, knight e4 and knight e5, the final precise move in this
Yes.
whole line. And after bishop g2, bishop b6, the bishop was hanging, knight g4, and we felt that this would be a very, very equal game, and that's what happened. Because
Yes.
the e4 pawn is not really hanging, black can play bishop c6 and bishop e4 runs into rook e8, the bishop is pinned. We cannot support it with f3 because the pawn is pinned with the bishop on b6. So bishop c6, and they exchanged a pair of bishops. Even though the e4 pawn is weak, black can definitely defend it, and it looks like a very, very equal endgame. Let's have a look at the final
Yeah.
moves.
Okay. And
And here,
so finally she no she yeah, she wins a pawn because king is on. Oh no, she pawn into pawn, bishop into pawn check, king moves. Yeah, it's nothing is happening actually. No?
yes, it's not clear. Actually, they reached this position, but a6 pawn is weak, so
Yeah.
b4
But
fixes the
black king is
a6.
very well placed, and white king will not be able to attack those points.
Yes, so even though b4 wins the a6 pawn because it fixes the a6 weakness and prevents it from advancing, and now white will play bishop b7 and collect it.
Yeah, in
Then
case of c6, because the bishop is not on d7, white will play bishop g4. If I had the black bishop been on d7, it was still a very simple position. But yeah,
so white will anyway collect the a6 pawn, but black's king is very
yes,
active, and that is the compensation that black gets in return for bishop a6. So king f3 was met with king d6, king e3 and c5.
yeah.
Precise move, exchanging more pawns, and this is a drawn endgame.
Yes, black just puts the king on b6 and white has no plan.
This is a fortress, and the players agreed for a draw here. So uh, both Nino and Lano played a really nice game here, accurate to a great level.
Yes, technically accurate because to play technically accurate you need to calculate a lot. So although it was not a game with lot of tactics and calculations and combinations, it required a lot of precise calculation. Black needed to find out many best moves. If white had failed to find out those moves, the game would have anyway been a draw. But if black had failed in finding any one of the moves, black would have probably lost the game. So well played game by black in particular because she didn't know the opening as well. So I think a good game, nice technical game by both the players. And then how about the sharper games?
Yes, let's have a look at Zujiner versus Nana, because both of them are under 5 minutes, and also have a look at how Vaishali is doing after this. Uh, or maybe we go to Vaishali's game
Yes,
first,
first, yeah, that's true because
because they both are in seconds. I mean, Goryachkina has 7 minutes, but Vaishali only a few seconds with only 29 moves made yet. So 11 moves to go.
black seems to be comfortable here, but and some material up as well. White does have some. I think white will probably have to play for draw, but I think from the opening point of view, it has been a success for white because knight is on a5. Knight is still on a5. So
Let's see what happened after we left the position. C takes, knight a5 was met
and
with rook
even now the
takes,
knight is on a5. So
rook takes, and bishop g5.
yes,
And
it's
here we were considering f6, which was
yeah,
played.
and
White played bishop f4, and black did take on e4.
yeah, standard, and then
But the problem is the time difference. Here, Goryachkina had 1 hour 22 minutes to Vaishali's 33, and only 18 moves had been made.
okay.
So, rook c1 was met with queen a8,
Acha, we saw queen 8 was not so good, and we because of some rook c7 or
bishop
something.
d7 we
Okay.
did not like, I think.
We should not bishop d7. Yeah, I think rook c7. We are afraid of some bishop h6 or Yeah, we thought queen d on queen d8, but uh, queen d8 also rook c7 was possible. e5 is a tactical mistake, so even that was possible. Queen a8, okay. So attacking g2,
White played queen to e3, attacking
e6,
e6 in
yeah.
return, and after e5, a great find by Vaishali.
Okay, not bishop d5, but e5. Okay, a tactical move. Yeah.
Pawn takes on e5 and bishop h6. Bishop takes, queen takes, rook c8, equalizing because it
Rook
exchanges.
c7 was a huge threat. So bishop into g2 would have been very careful, a very careless move. Last move with rook on f8.
So not allowing white to create any kind of mating net around the black king, which is weak, but because we have this move like rook c8, we challenge the rook on the open file, and not many pieces are left to attack the white
Yeah,
king.
the important factor is the white bishop is not in a position to get into attack because the knight on a5, though badly placed, is stopping the bishop from coming. There's a saying by Dr. Sigbert Taras that the best attacking piece is the king bishop. That's the king side bishop. And as you can see, if white gets bishop c4 check, game would be in, I mean, it would be over
Very
sort
soon.
of, yeah. So pieces are getting exchanged. Can you really try rook d1 or,
She
yeah,
played knight
knight c3?
c3.
Okay, the c1 rook is guarded, so she wants to play. No,
Think
rook
rook
d1,
d1, rook d8.
rook d8 probably, or even something else. But yeah, so it doesn't make sense. Knight c3, what does she plan? But knight into e4 is not a threat. Here, white is already, left with,
Knight e4 will be met with rook
yeah,
c1.
and queen e4, and it will be a draw probably. White has, so how about bishop f5? Is it possible or no?
She played bishop to c6, which is also good because we are challenging this bishop, and
Yeah,
if we exchange it, our king would be even safer. So good decision to
uh,
try
and,
to
and and
exchange
bishop a6, she will play bishop b7 perhaps. Okay, bishop d3. Okay,
bishop
threatening
d3.
bishop into g6. So it has
But
been
bishop g6 was
no
not played
earlier in
here.
the last move. It was a threat. Now bishop g6 is not so great because there will be direct bishop g6. What happens? Queen g7, bishop h7 check,
No,
king,
bishop g6 take.
and queen g6 check,
We move the king to h8
and
and queen f6, and you can pick this up.
queen f6, you have
Queen
queen
f6,
g7.
queen g7,
So
and we
queen
have
h6, you have
checkmate.
queen h7. Yeah, and the e6 cannot be attacked easily
Yes.
because yeah, I thought queen e6 check would come, but queen e6 check is not coming. But it's not easy. Queen h5 check and queen e5 check, and then queen g7. Okay,
So
yeah. So
yeah, it was interesting here, bishop g6, but she did not play because, by the way, Goryachkina here is already down to 11 minutes.
okay, and if there's no forced win, then no plan point in playing this bishop g6. So she wants to take e5 and then have a slight positional advantage, which she's denied. Now I think h4 is a bit risky. Uh, Rook e1 was one possibility I thought, or but queen e7 was coming. Okay, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I was actually also wanting to play f3 and bishop e4 or try to get a knight to e4, but slow, I think, too slow. And
f3, a very typical idea to blunt the bishop.
and
Usually,
then
when
bishop e4 and eventually get a knight e4. That would be a great plan if white had an extra pawn on a pawn on b3. Then it would be a complete strategic triumph. But when you are pawn down, then the strategic triumphs don't work
yes,
often. Yeah.
let's remind the viewers that white has sacrificed a pawn on e4, which is white's compensation. What is white's compensation here is black's weak king and activity. So that's why she has to play h4.
Yeah, and e4 blunts the bishop, so good move, and probably queen e7 to follow off. Okay, now she is going to exchange the pieces. Knight d6 threat.
So if Vaishali manages to
Yeah,
retain her pawn, she will
yeah,
win.
rook c7 was a threat, no, also, but she's allowing rook c7. So rook c7, does she take and play e2 or does she play direct? What does she do for rook c7?
Yes,
Direct?
she takes.
EF
She
or
probably
e2?
takes.
Queen, but then there's queen d5 check, and no,
King h8.
and then queen d4 check,
King g8.
and if I take a knight into e8, I'm a piece down. So yeah, so on queen d5 check, king h8. Okay, so draw by perpetual check. Then that means you don't allow
White
you don't allow knight e8 check. So Let me consider.
White took fe3.
Okay.
So black played queen e7. Now the
Yeah.
pawns are equal, but the e3 pawn is weak. And after queen d5, black played king h8, queen d4 check, king g8, and this is the live position on the board. With
Okay.
3 minutes and 36 seconds for Goryachkina with her move to make, and black having 1 minute 2 and 20 seconds.
Yeah, and e3 is attacked and rook c7 fails to queen e3 check. So, uh, well, it looks like a equal game, and perhaps it's prudent for white to give a perpetual check also, in my opinion. Queen d5 check and queen d4 check, because but also rook c7, queen e3 check, and rook into a7. That's also obvious draw. I think the game is heading towards an obvious draw now, because um, but the opening did have a lot of sense, white's play, because the knight is still stuck at a5. So white literally, black literally played without activating one piece, and it was doing a wonderful job of stopping bishop c4 check. So sometimes keeping one piece just for defense works, as Vaishali has proven. I think it should be a draw in all lines, because rook c7 you play queen e3 check, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it also works because she was so alert and she made sure that all the rest of her pieces are active.
You know, the play was, I mean, it was much more difficult to find black's moves than white's moves, always, most of the time. It's a
Yes.
perpetual check then. In that case, it will be a perpetual check. White could be a bit better, because, I don't, because the knight is bad, so but rook e1, then you just give queen into h4. So, a move like rook e1 is not going to work, in my opinion, after queen d4 check. So,
Yes. By the way, we must share that the other board, that we already had two results, and there has been one more result. Let's just quickly show Zhu Jainer versus Nana's board.
a
They
draw?
have also made a draw.
Yeah.
This was the final position. We will have a look at this game once we finish with Vaishali and
Yes.
Goryachkina's time pressure at least. Or maybe this also ends in a draw very soon with repetition of moves.
Yeah, it's possible. If white wants, white has a perpetual check here.
So yes, white has a perpetual check, and can black play queen e5, or it's too much?
But I just take on a7. I mean, if white wants to equalize, I'm just take knight into a7.
Not without taking
Without
on
taking
e5.
the queens. But you can still play queen into queen and rook e4. Okay, I
Yes,
think
they are taking a
so. It's
draw.
also claimable already. How many move? Has the same position come for the third time or no? Can we just check the score sheet?
No, nobody's claiming.
No, they may not claim, but has it actually occurred thrice? I mean,
I will check.
for the viewers, because you know, if your same position comes for the third time with same player to play, then it's possible for the players to claim a draw, saying that no change is taking place in the position. These rules are such. So perhaps
No, this is the second time
second
that
time.
they have got this
No, what I mean
position.
is, if white plays queen d5 check, it's a draw, no, claimable.
Yes, if she plays queen d5, then here already black can claim a draw
But that suggesting
before
that
playing
yeah,
king h8.
yes.
And write down, she has to write down the move that she's intending to make on her score sheet before she stops the clock and calls the arbiter to make the claim.
Or if the queen d5, yeah, if the queen d5 position has already occurred, then she doesn't have to say the move she is going to play. She can just claim that this position has already arisen for the third time.
Yes,
So,
and
yeah.
there we see it, queen d5 on the board. So all four games we have been over by 6:30 today.
Okay.
What a surprise.
Yeah, but I think, yes, there has been a lot of activity in some games, and are they signing the score?
Yes, queen
Okay.
d5, and they are signing the score sheet. So a draw by repetition in Goryachkina versus Vaishali. Good result for Vaishali and for Goryachkina, considering she had a bad score against Vaishali
Yes,
before this game.
almost, I mean, no wins so far, I think, the loss, a few losses. So good, I think. And Vaishali played very alertly, and I think she has the good feel of the Grunfeld defense from black, I'm sure, because she was not bothered about the knight on a5, and she challenged rook c8, and every time bishop b5, bishop c6, she knew which piece is to be opposed when, in order to prevent activity. I think that was a very important thing, because white was playing with an extra piece on the king side, in the sense that knight was stuck on a5. Bishop has a possibility of coming quickly to d3 and attack g6, but she managed to do it. So I think it was good play. Probably the most accurate game of the day.
Yes, the
Nothing much
most accurate.
happened, but no mistakes, absolutely.
Yes,
And
the
to
knight being on a5, it came on the here on the 15th move and remained here till the end of the game.
yes,
One,
and it didn't really matter, and Black was able to get a good point. So good result for Vaishali. Yes,
and
she didn't start very well, but now she's doing very well. Sometimes it's a travel or something. You're not comfortable on the very first day. In fact, in the 80s and 70s, the Soviet teams, USSR teams, used to go to the Olympiad uh, cities 7 days in advance at their own expenses. This is acclimatizing for 7 days at the venue place. They normally stayed in the same hotel at their own expenses uh, before the tournament. So, they felt that sort of need in those days.
wow, that's 7 days in advance
Yes.
is unheard of. I mean, I haven't yet, I did not know about this. I
Any
know
senior
many players.
senior Georgian women players are there probably. Georgian players will know because they would have discussed it with Nonaga Prindashvili or Maya Chibutanidze,
Yes.
and they will probably know. But this is very common in the 70s and 80s.
Yes, I think it's so nice also now that you mention it for the Georgian players to have all these world champions whom they can actually approach and discuss with and know their strategies, their stories. Why, that really gives so much inspiration to them to become world champions, grandmasters, and much more than simply play for their country.
Yes, I think Aprindashvili and Maya Chibutanidze are their legends. They are institutions by themselves. And in 1984, I must mention that the young Vishwanathan Anand was playing in the World Cadet Championship under 15, and I was national champion, so I was accompanying him just to help him out officially as a coach. But he didn't need any coaching. And he made a draw against Ivanchuk, who finished fourth. Anand finished third. And after the game, because they had prepared very well, so Suetin and Gaprindashvili came to me, Grandmaster Alexei Suetin, who was the coach, and Gaprindashvili. And because Suetin didn't know English, and she came, and he's a good player, very good player. So, what by good she means he's a brilliant player. And I told her that I know him. Yeah, and that's what happened in a year or in 1 year's time. He became the sort of
World Junior
wonder.
Champion.
No, in 3 years, but Wonder Boy. I think. Well, he was given the title of the Lightning Kid by BBC in 1985. I mean, unofficially.
Huh.
So this was in 84 April, and in 85 August, he was already famous as the Lightning Kid, and his first interview on TV was not on Doordarshan but on BBC.
Wow, these are some amazing stories that we are getting to hear from you. Thanks to our broadcast and this opportunity to commentate with you. So wonderful game by Vaishali as well as Goryachkina, very precise. Let's have a look at Zujainer and Nana Dzagnidze's game as well before we end the broadcast because we did not cover the last few
Yes, but
moves.
I think there are a lot of miss in this. I think Zhu Jainer perhaps didn't play as good as what she had been playing because I was amazed by her accuracy in two previous games. I mean, just accurate, and that's somewhere it failed today. Perhaps sometimes it's very uncertain. Sometimes you have different food, or sometimes you didn't sleep well. There are a lot of factors for the viewers. You may not know, but at the age of 16, Hu Yifan said something which impressed me a lot. When she became world champion, they asked her if it was important to prepare and practice and study. She says study is important, but rest is more important.
Wow,
At
at
the age of 16,
16.
the girl is so matured, and no wonder she broke all the records of women players.
Wow. So G4 was played by Nana and we left it here.
Yes, yeah.
And White played Queen to D7,
Direct attempt to win the pawn. Okay, very direct play.
Queen H5 was played, and Rook D5. Yes,
Okay.
very straightforward play by White. Queen H4, G3 was played. Queen took the pawn on H2.
Yeah,
Wow, brave. And after
no,
Queen
now
G4,
it's possible to take on H2 because of Rook H1 is not going. I mean, you're going to lose some time in getting Rook H1, which will allow Black to get some time in getting the rooks into play. Rook H5 is coming, of course, but yes, you will still have now. Rook H5 has to be guarded, so she gives a threat. So Rook H5 fails to Rook E1 check. So obviously you have to make a move with that rook, and again your plan of Rook H5 is halted for a move.
what happens for take? take and rook h5. Is this losing for
No,
white?
I have perpetual check after queen e2. It would be losing also, but if black wants, then queen e2 and queen h4, queen e1 check is very simple, no? If I want a draw, then queen e1 check, queen a. So white, there's a reason for black to avoid it. I'm not
Actually,
say,
it's
yeah, it's mating.
losing.
Sorry, it's
Yeah,
mating. Yeah,
it's
it's
losing.
mating. Yeah. So obviously it's not possible to play that.
So that's the reason white also needs to be careful
Yeah,
after
I didn't look at it
ab5.
because of queen e2, so I didn't really give a thought of to that move. So one must be one rook must be in the back rank for white. So rook a8, she must have moved the rook.
Rook a8, rook
Yeah,
d1,
yeah.
most logical, and queen e2. Again,
Yes.
an expected move.
Threatening queen exchange.
Yes. So she goes back queen h3 with the idea to play rook
I
h5.
don't know. Still, your d1 rook is hanging. So perhaps I bring rook e6 and rook h6.
Rook h1 here.
Yeah, but if I play rook e6 and rook h1, rook h6, so
Yes, rook e6
yeah,
was played, and for rook d8, she can even take and go back rook
rook e8.
e8.
Yeah, if yeah, so
So rook d2 was played.
or she could even play rook f e8. And this rook e8 is not a real threat. Okay, so she wants to play rook h2. Yeah, but now rook h2 has lost all the
Because rook
yeah,
h6
any
always
time, yeah.
guards the h5.
Unless your rook is in front, that's why I wanted the rook on d5. If your rook in front, then rook h6 is not a recourse.
And that's how they repeated
Okay.
the position, and
Yeah.
draw was claimed or agreed to by repetition of moves. So actually very good result for Nana, considering she was in deep trouble after the opening, and Zujiner definitely missed a lot of winning
Yeah, but
chances in
pretty
this game.
accurate play by black after a certain stage because
Yes.
it wasn't really easy. But somehow that combination wasn't working, knight into e6. And we actually felt, we saw knight into e6 not working, queen into e6 and queen bb7 and castles. I think we saw, and it was not any fruitful, but I don't know, she
let's
didn't find
just
it.
show
Yeah.
the moment where white made the final mistake.
Yes, I
She
think so.
here knight e6 by white was a very bad decision, because after queen e6, queen f3, she probably missed the idea of bishop b7,
Yeah.
giving up
Yes,
material.
because saving the material, saving the rook would have led to rook h e1 winning the queen, and castles would have led to queen into a8 because then you lose a rook instead of the knight. So she gave up the bishop instead, and now it is not possible for white to play rook e1 because the queen is attacked, and now castles. So rook e1 doesn't make any sense any longer. Although, I mean, it makes sense as a positional move, but it
And-
doesn't really bother black.
And they reached a completely equal middle game after this, and instead of knight d6, knight e6, she had the option to play knight b5, attacking the queen by discovered attack, and queen f4 would have run into king b1, and here a b5 is pointless because queen b5 runs king f8, and rook d8 is winning for white. And after king e7, we have queen c5, king e8, and queen c6 picking up the rook. So this would have given white a big advantage. That's why knight b5, queen f4, king b1 had to be met with short castle. Short castle. And here white had to find the move knight to d6, with giving her a very big advantage.
But again, a positional advantage, which probably it's not possible to sense because you look at material is equal, and if you remove the queens and rooks, then black is already winning probably. So it's a very huge positional advantage for this middle game due to the bad position of the queen and the c8 bishop, and the a8 rook could be under attack very regularly. If black's pieces were organized, then this position wouldn't have been bad. So again, a difficult decision to make. But before this, she missed some chances also. I'm not only opening, but even before knight into b5, I
Yes.
think a few misses. Perhaps from the way she played, I thought bishop g5 line she has recently prepared. She probably doesn't have much experience because that sense of initiative which she showed against the against Humpy, where she just moved queen d7 and bishop f8 and just ready for knight e4. That was somewhere that sort of energy was lacking in today's play.
Yes, absolutely. And these are some ideas that she missed during the game. So tough for Zujiner, but okay, she got a good result. It's a positive result draw, and Nana very also very good result for Nana to have drawn this game and move half a point ahead. On the second board, Bibisara won a very topsy-turvy game against Shuvalova. I think Shuvalova played very aggressively in the opening and got a very good advantage, especially after they played King's Indian, and Shuvalova went for the 4 pawn attack, and especially after this move, knight g8, by the decision to go knight g4 and h3, knight h6, g4, king h8, bishop d3 and knight g8 by black was too much.
I think Bibisara's strategic play is quite unconventional, and I'm not sure if she actually equalizes in the openings. She gets into bad positions very often in openings, I think. But it is the tactical accuracy that gets her out of that. So
Yes.
again, we say that chess is 99% tactics and 1% technique. So she doesn't mind getting into a bad position. Perhaps she hasn't strategically studied much. Sometimes the player's originality goes away if you think if you study strategical play. So sometimes you're a strong tactical player, and if you study a lot of strategy, then you miss out the tactical possibility. So she has not come to that stage. Like some of the top players have actually, it has happened that they were stronger in tactics. We'll take case of world champion Carlsen. Carlsen is such a fantastic player, but he asked him who is your most favorite player. So he said Carlsen in 2016 is my most favorite player, which he means that he played better chess in 2016 than today. So sometimes it happens.
What confidence! Only Carlsen has that kind of confidence. So Queen D2 here, by the way, would have been a better move, retaining White's advantage. But
Yeah, I don't like Black's position, so unable to see her idea. Actually, I have, I mean, somewhere, no, Queen D2 probably Black is a rookie at check, so you don't at least castle, but
King F2, and
yeah.
we bring our other rook.
Yeah, black has problems in developing the c8 bishop, and e file is definitely white's because you will not be able to connect the rooks. Queen is in between.
So it was unnecessary actually to give up f6, but Polina loves to give up her pawns. We also saw in many of her other games in this tournament, she's very aggressive.
She thought that she's winning a piece, I think. I mean, somewhere with queen d2 on multiple threats, sometimes the queen d7 coming g5, but nothing is actually happening.
And here, after rook a even, we still thought that white had an
Yes,
advantage.
I still feel white is better.
But after queen d8, a very actually a first move, here it was important that we take on e8
Yeah,
first
I think white is still much better.
and then play
Knight d5, no, I thought. Or knight
knight
c.
d5.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
we
thought
saw
knight d5 and
this.
knight c7 look positionally more correct in order to maintain the knight on f3 for defense, as well as to be moved to e5 at right moment.
Yeah, it guards the king against the d4 and h4 checks. So here instead Polina went for the more direct knight g5, but she missed black's wonderful resource with rook to f8. A
Yes, it's
double exclamation mark
yeah, I think
move.
so.
Also probably the only move.
Yeah, only move probably she sensed it that is not everything else is losing, so she played that. But yeah, great move. And there's couple of moves she has come to e8, 3-4 moves, but she forced white to come to king to move. So I think she achieved something by that. And by by avoiding rook exchange, she actually leaves white's h1 rook senseless piece. If the rooks were exchanged, then the a8 would be senseless, the other rook would be on e1. So,
Yes.
by avoiding that exchange, both sides have one bad rook and one, or both rooks are bad actually.
So actually here already the game has is tilting into black's favor because white is unable to break through, and black played a move like queen d5, post
Right.
which black decided to, now it was black's turn to give up her pawns.
I think it was forced also because f7 can't be guarded, and it's knight into e6 is unplayable because of the f8 rook opening against the white king. So
So queen c5 was met with rook c8, bringing in all her pieces. Now the a8 rook is suddenly active,
yeah,
and queen goes to a7 where she's doing nothing.
and the queen is not likely to come back soon because the next few moves were also very accurate by
So bishop d7, another wonderful move by
yeah.
Bibisara to reroute it to c6. It reminds me of Anand's maneuver in a Roy Lopez game. He had his bishop on e6 and he goes back bishop d7 and c6 to improve it.
And
And
then in this game, then she's going to question the g5 knight after Yeah, but
Yes.
did Queen e3 make some sense here? Queen e3 and
Yes, Queen e3 was a better move, bringing back the queen,
because
but
Queen never came back after this. Yeah.
unfortunately it didn't get a chance. She played king to g3, but after bishop c6, her idea with rook h2 does not work. Her idea is that after h6, h4, which happened in the game, she wants to maintain the rook on the h file, but it runs into problems because of the weak g4 square.
Yes, h4 made g4 so weak and it can't be guarded now.
So queen d7, another good move by um, Bibisara, very
Yes.
alert,
Yeah.
and now she's threatening h5 already. h5 on the next move. White took,
And
and
knight h6, another great move.
knight h6, knight f5, queen g4, everything coming in. So it's lost for white now. And after this, we were surprised she did not give a check on g4,
Yeah.
but consolidates even further with rook
So
coming to
none
e8.
of the pieces can move. E1 is hanging. So as it is, e4 is pinned now, and all the pieces will be tied. And black will have several ways to win, including f5, which is probably the worst of the options. But now everything is pinned, and hg6 simply fg6. As long as the queen g4 check can't be stopped, it's going to be deadlier than threat is stronger than execution, as you say. So here, white will probably lose two pieces, not only one.
Then queen e3 is
Knight
impossible
f5
because
check,
of
yeah.
knight f5. The
Yeah.
knight, which was very, very poor on g8, is suddenly the main attacker along with the queen and knight
Yeah, yeah,
combination.
look at the threats. For example, queen g4 check and queen g4 check is one of the, and rook f4 is one of the threats. Knight f5 check and bd4 is one of the threats. So every piece is going. After knight f5, bd4 comes, and f2 and a7 are fought. Queen g4, and then f4 goes. So it's not just one piece that is going to go. It's probably two pieces will go. A very loose position, and four pawns attack sort of exploited the weakness created by pawn, exploited now uh, masterly fashion tactician you know like a pre-Second World War tactician would fearlessly play that way. Bibisara has played.
Yes.
Uh,
Great victory for Bibisara. Great game by her. And here Polina resigned. So Bibisara moves to 4 out of 5 points. A massive, massive score in this tournament. Very strong tournament. Bibisara, the youngest player, moving to 4 victories. With 4 victories in this tournament and 1 loss only against Goryachkina.
is
So
it her third leg of this? How many has she played,
she has
Bibisara?
played only one
Only
so far,
once.
I think, in
Okay.
Kazakhstan.
Okay.
So she has two more chances, probably this one and
Okay.
the next one.
Okay.
And the last, we already had a look at Lano versus Nino, which ended in a draw. So that's it for today.
Yes, and great games today. But compared to yesterday, I think more mistakes today.
Yeah, I think in Zujinner's game, especially, she had a big chance, and also in Polina's game, we felt that White was the one pressing when suddenly
Yeah.
things turned around in Black's favor.
The really accurate game was Vaishali's, I think. That was an accurate game.
Yes. So, yes, we really enjoyed today's
Yes,
games.
indeed, it was fine. And with mistakes taking place, it becomes more thrilling.
Absolutely. I think people also like to watch these games very much with topsy turvy. Nobody knows what's happening.
Yes, yeah.
So, thank you so much for joining us. And we were reading the chat, but it was not possible for us. Since we were in a different position, we were not going back to the same one that we had already explained.
Yes, I think the positions were so complex that we're not able to read the chat at that moment, and
Yes.
there's no fun in analyzing the position which once it has passed, and the positions change a lot, particularly in Bibi Sara's game and Vaishali's game also. A lot of things happened during the game.
Yes.
So it wasn't possible to look at all the chat. We tried to explain. So I think some interesting questions. If you have, perhaps you join us earlier in the day around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, when the games are not in the action, the viewers could ask the general questions about openings, and I think we could they could enjoy the stream. I hope that you really enjoy stream and you join us tomorrow.
Absolutely. We are looking forward to tomorrow's games very much. Even though it's the 1st of April, we are going to be here today and not fool you at all.
Yes, and
So,
we are not going to give you wrong moves as a April Fool.
so see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thank you so much for watching.
And
Take care.
perhaps you will have photos of Humpies celebrating her birthday. Tomorrow we'll be able to show you some photographs. Yeah,
Absolutely. So take care. Namaste.
namaste.
Bibisara Sobaeva joining us after your round 6 game. Very interesting game with Polina. You managed to save it in the end. Would you take us through the game and sum it up from your perspective?
I don't be ready to move f4, and I don't know what I need to do. I think I played not very good moves. Knight bd7, e5, knight g4, h3, knight h6, g4. I don't have space, and I played king h8. I think she don't know this move. I have worse position, but it's tricky, and somehow I have some initiative after.
You managed to turn it around in a way and just keep yourself going. How was it, like that transformation, so to speak, from a weaker position to, establishing equality and balance again? Psychologically, how were you feeling?
I feel normal. I was a little upset after opening, but I think I have some chances to maybe sacrifice something and have some chances, yes.
The tournament, 6th round has just finished. The tournament is, we're halfway through. How are you feeling about your performance so far, about the tournament in general?
I played good, and I hope I keep it going.
Good. Well, thank you very much for your time and good luck. Ready? The first game of round 6 just finished. Katerina Lagno and Nina Batsiashvili drew their game. It seemed you had a bit of initiative there, but couldn't find the right way forward. What happened?
Yes, she didn't know the line I played with d takes e5, and you should be very precise with black, and but as well as with white, because I felt that I'm better, but I just couldn't find the right way.
I see you analyze quite a bit now, both on the board and after the game. Did you discover some new ideas which you weren't aware of, or what did that analysis bring, if you can share with us?
Well, we both had the feeling that I should have played e4 at some point. I don't know where, probably instead of bishop f3, or probably somewhere b4 and then a4. So, but there are so many lines to calculate that I just couldn't figure out what should I play, and decided to make logical moves, but unfortunately, it brought nothing in the end. So
6 rounds in, we're halfway through the tournament. What's your assessment of the tournament so far, for you and in general?
Well, of course, the most important part is last rounds. So I don't know, just trying to be concentrated and to play on, and not to think about the result. It's too early now, so just play chess.
And finally, just thinking about your play, do you keep the same level of play throughout the tournament, or as the final rounds come in, as it becomes more important, more pressure, does the level, the focus, the intensity increase?
Well, actually, I don't know. I always try to play as well as I can. Just sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So but I will try to do my best.
All right. Well, good luck with that. Thank you so much, and please rest.
Thank you.
Marika will translate into Russian. We're joined by Mrs. Alexandra Goryachkina, who finished her round 6 game here against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. The game was a draw. Would you care just to explain sort of the key moments of the game? At one point you spent, I think, over 30 minutes thinking up for a move.
Приветствуем Александру Горячкиной, которая отыграла 6 туров. Сегодня она играла с Vaishali. Можете ли вы сказать о таких главных моментах из вашей партии, чтобы вы отметили бы?
Ну, в целом я достаточно хорошо получила по дебюту, и в какой-то момент моя подготовка закончилась, но я знала, что моя позиция выигранная, но, к сожалению, не смогла.
She says that after the debut she had a very quite good position, so it was like a preparation, so everything was all right. She knows that she should be win this game, but something going wrong and she cannot do win.
Could you describe that moment when you spent about 30 minutes thinking for the move? What was going all through your head? Obviously, you were calculating, but also like to spend 30 minutes. Is that a long time to spend thinking, or is that normal?
На один ход вы потратили очень много времени, что заняло большую степень вот этой времени, что вы рассчитывали варианты, или что вы можете сказать конкретно в этом моменте, что было такого интересного?
Что я хотела сказать, я сказала.
Yeah,
Не
that's
больше.
all what she would like to say. Nothing special. They have some calculating at that moment, so nothing more.
I got that. We're halfway into the tournament. What is your assessment of the tournament so far and your performance so far?
Что вы думаете о турнире? Как вы думаете, как вы выступаете? Довольны ли вы с вашим выступлением?
Ни шатка, ни валка пока.
It's a normal, so just see what's happened at the next games.
Okay. And finally, Mrs. Goryachkina, how do you relax?
And how?
How does she relax?
Как вы отдыхаете вне шахмат? Как вы
After a long game.
после такой долгой партии, как вы можете как-то вот расслабиться, отдохнуть?
Здесь, к сожалению, не так много видов деятельности, в которых можно отдохнуть. На улицу не выйдешь, телевизор не посмотришь, так что сижу в номере, ничего не делаю.
Yes, he says that here is not so many opportunities to have some active rest, so nobody to go to have a walk, for example, or to watch TV or to making some other activities. So it means that she just rest in hotel's room.
But you know, you can go out. People have been going out and seeing around. Do you plan on going out a bit at all, seeing Delhi if you can?
Некоторые игроки смогли выбраться, посмотреть немножко город, достопримечательности. Планируете ли вы также использовать ваш шанс, посмотреть что-нибудь?
Я еще не отошла от дороги из аэропорта, так что нет, не собираюсь.
She did not plan to go outside to see something. She says that she is tired after the first trip she had after the airport. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time and good luck with the rest of your tournament.